Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm running just a little bit late. Depot down hard in the pre-market. Cats. Oh, pretty cool. All right. How's everyone doing? Happy recession day to you too. When do we turn these bulls into burger meat? We've had bad earnings on Amazon, Google, and Meta. Not Amazon yet. Bad pending home sales, Fed rate spikes. We're in a recession. They can stay irrational probably far longer than you can stay liquid. That's quick. The market loves it. I feel like I'm punching Superman and he's not even flinching. I mean, your personal effect on the market is gonna be pretty fucking minimal. When Tesla puts, I already have some. Picked up a PDT. Just don't get another one. You can get one removed, by the way, Space Banana, if you call them. Apple plus Amazon equals 10.8% weighting of the S&P 500. They missed tonight. That could be the final nail in the coffin that will allow our August 390 SPY puts to print. Could be. We'll see. They're both far more exposed to um like the worst of quarter two and supply shock and rising oil prices than Microsoft and Google are, right? Given that most of their revenue stream is digital. If Apple is not terrible and the money doesn't soar, August may be Bulls territory. Yeah, that'll be a good time for the Fed to actually sell off some of their fucking assets. Because I'm looking, you know what's weird is like quantitative tightening started in June, right? And I'm looking at like the Fed balance sheet. And it looks like their like treasuries, MBS and agency securities have only declined by 17.6 billion. And the MBS position has actually increased by 19 billion. So they really haven't done any QT. That's a Naughty Johnson in the PM. Yeah, it looked like they were trying to short open. Fast time in hands. And aren't they supposed to accelerate the rate soon? That's gonna mean like what, 75 billion a week? 3-month 10 years crossing over. I don't know. I'm not seeing any like Oh God, Snapchat and Ford. Any validity to Linux's August 2nd prediction? I think it's 2 days early. No, early and wrong. Both. Is it still repositioning, or am I the biggest dum-dum this side of the RIA? It very well could be. There's still some positions open at 4,000. Not a lot. Still none open above 403. Oh, Concord. Yay. Crypto mirror in full force. Yeah, crypto's running. Microsoft up, DDS climbing. That's interesting. Cat doing good. Hmm. Apple, Tesla. Jesus Christ. My pets. Rates are lower today. Rates are higher today. Take a look at Plug. That's kind of interesting. Oh, because of the energy bill, right? Are we officially in a recession? I mean, according to some metrics. Well, we broke 34, so that's interesting. It looks like whatever short they burned up in the pre-market, they killed it open, so yeah, the energy climate bill. Are we in a recession? Recession for the poors only. Hmm. Options. SPY still looks like it's going to push some more. Cat's going to test 200. Could, yeah. 192 is really strong resistance. Says 189. 192.60. 189.65 and 192.60. Cat's doing really well, actually. Their earnings were good. I know. That's their last earnings. When's Cat's earnings? I thought it was this week. Is it next week? Oh, it's next week. Huh. Oh, that could be fun. Yeah. August 2nd. NASDAQ down. Russell 2000 and E-minis are climbing. Fucking bastards. The recession is already priced in. Is that what we were seeing? No, I don't think so. I think we're just seeing it completely fucking ignored. What's the logic behind the continued push up from the market despite missed GDP explanations? SPY volume is terrible. You would expect more liquidity and volume into such a positive event. I mean, I don't think it's like a positive event, right? Like, this isn't a shifting in trend or a change in the economy, right? It's just bullshit. Why would you play Cat? I'm not playing their earnings, but I'm playing the IV bump into their earnings. Today, my GME shares settled in a German broker. Interesting. So that's T4 now? No, wait. T5. It's Friday? 1, 2, 3. No, T4. Anything that can sustain these prices, SPY prices? No way we slide back to 390.95 by next week. Why not? I think they're gonna gaslight everyone and say it's not a recession. Yeah, but it is. Cheeky Breaky, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Meta dropping back down to 52.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Balance has been restored.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke, motherfucker. Trade.
Except the recession is definitely not priced into our current market.
Waves like a Kramer on
Especially not at 400,
but we ain't no
4,000, right? Like the S&P is trading at 4,000. The Schiller index is still fucking sky high. We're still very much in a bubble, right? John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much for the memberships, dude. I appreciate it. Guys, give a shout out to John Wilkes for hooking you up, and welcome to Cornishon. Dork at Cornishon. TV, what's up, bro? My German broker sold off and bought back new shares, so no delivery of the split here. Interesting. Apple going down. Kramer was right. And we'll see. Thoughts on Tesla going back below 800 by end of next week? It's possible. I have 810 puts. They're a bit out of the money now. I'll probably roll them up to like 830. Yeah, I should do that. Ooh. Was negative 0.9% GDP below expectations? Yeah. I mean, it depends which expectations you're looking at, right? The Atlanta Fed expected negative 1.2 in their report that came out this week, which is a little bit suspicious. But most of the estimates, yeah, were around positive 0.3. Oh shit. Sorry. How would you rate current uncertainty in the market? 10 out of 10? No. Like 6 out of 10? Trying to figure out how VXX works. Price is going wild, but volatility is dying. My calls are in agony. I mean, the VIX goes up when volatility in the market increases. I mean, if you bought into your calls at high IV, then that's probably why you're having a hard time getting rid of them, or you're seeing IV drop. It's all about when you enter the contract, right? Well, there goes my streak. Does this mean I get to stay poor if you want to? Any reason I shouldn't YOLO into Tesla September puts at the money right now? I mean, it kind of just ran right up and slammed into resistance. Wow, I'm really fucking glad I just averaged my puts up. Actually, everything kind of did, right? Tesla rammed back up into 850. The SPY hit 403 again. Yeah, GDP numbers came out at 830. Does TBLT have any more chances of squeezing? No, I don't think so. Um, lots of liquidation there. You gonna YOLO into Mega Millions for Friday? Nah. I don't play the lottery. Sorry about the volume, guys. I know, I fixed it. I had it turned way up because of the JPOW meeting. How do we profit off of the bubble exploding? Puts? VIX is rocketing back up. VIX, same like volatility index. Yeah, but I think what happened to him is he bought calls when IV was already pumping, so he was chasing. And so he's got calls with really high IV, and IV's going down, but price is going up. And he's confused why they're not printing. Did you change your vape flavor? Or is it the same? Yeah, it's like some sort of fruit and mint. Minty fruit. Coke is getting rid of green bottles for Sprite? Interesting. Why is that relevant? My spy puts are now in the money. It's a load off my mind because that was the first time I ever truly YOLO'd. I mean, I'd still be careful with it. Oh, you bitch. I'm gonna close some of these. That was too fucking, that was too good, too fast. Interesting. Market's still kind of wonky. Looks like NASDAQ's still doing really well. Is it falling off a cliff? A little cliff. Is it gonna fill that fucking gap? Look at this shit. There's another one down here. Hmm. No, NASDAQ's doing pretty badly, actually. Why the fuck are all the NASDAQ stocks running, then? Okay, I guess that's sort of starting to die off. Jesus fucking Christ. Did anybody buy puts on Facebook last night? If you did, congratulations. You got a fractional of Ford? Yeah. I fucking hate WeBull. Like, you get free stocks, but it's like they give you free stocks you don't even want. Congratulations on your Baba puts, guys. I close mine. Ugh. Hold on, this is gonna take a minute. Maybe just set stops. Hmm. Do you have any data on utilization? Vortex is no longer showing it at 100%, but like 98%. I mean, real market volume has been way, way the fuck up since the split. Right? Some people are selling. They're selling either, their dividend shares or parts of their positions. Either way, there's actual selling going on right now. It's minimal. It's not really super damaging. Yeah, with Ivy as low as it is now, I wouldn't say that mm, I wouldn't say that it's terrible to enter an IV position, but probably not Jan 23, 23.750s or 237.50s. I'd probably look to Jan 24 127s or Jan 23 lower. Like, you want Vega point 0.1 or higher. As far out of the money as you can get with decent theta and Vega point 0.1 or higher. Morning. Recession's a good way to put it. Here comes market crash. I hope so. I have a shitload of puts. If the market crashes today, I'll be well, I'm already doing quite well, actually. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Just so you know that feeling that a lot of you guys had? I think I need to address this because it was pretty widespread where you feel, panicky and hopeless. You need to get rid of that. Not only is it super annoying for me to listen to, um, if you've committed to a play and you are confident enough to spend your money on it in the first place, at least wait for it to fucking play out. Because that psychology will lose you fucking money over and over and over again. That's fun. Talk more about Brazilian shorts. PT for Baba, I don't know. I set a trailing stop. When it breaks, if it breaks 98, it could move down as much as 95, like 95.59. But 98.50 is pretty strong, so it could get hung up on that resistance. I think if it breaks 98.50 or 90, yeah, 98.50, we're gonna see 95. Yeah, here's the Baba chart. So 95.59 is the next really strong resistance point. That's the PT. This is the mid where it's trading at right now. And it is trading lower than it says here. It's trading at 98.27 right now. But yeah, if it continues to break down, it can move down to like 95 pretty fast. SPY finding a bit of a floor. A little bit of support here. Big fucking sell-off, though. Theta removes the fear. That helps. Or you paid more to be wrong, right? I'm long on GME with the average cost basis of $50 after the split. Jesus fucking Christ. Zen for 5 years. Yeah, you better be. Have you ever thought about averaging down or improving your cost basis? Might want to consider it. I just kept averaging down the average down until the account had nothing left. It's dependent on the stock, contractor man. Some stocks have relatively higher IV. You can look at historic IV if you want to get an idea of, you know, how a stock's IV performs over time. I have no problem jerking off to my own loss porn. Nice, Carl. It's, you know, it's easier when you have extra tiers. August 10th, enough theta on 398p. It's okay. I mean, you're already very close to being in the money. The closer you are to the less, like, you're paying more for delta to save, you know, and saving money on theta. So you're increasing your near-term probability, right? How to determine when to let things play out or cut losses? That's tough. I mean, that's the difference between a good trader and a shitty one. It's not just one lesson. There's not just one thing you can learn to protect yourself. Sometimes you just have to commit to shit, whether it looks good or not. And sometimes you're wrong. That's part of it. Jan 2024, better IV play than Jan 2023. Well, yeah, because you get so in Jan 23, I think if you go for, there may even be better contracts. I really haven't dug into it a lot yet, but this is SPY, sorry. Let's go to GME. So Jan 23, you need to go down to, actually there isn't, the Jan 23 chain no longer has a Vega, any Vega on the chain greater than 0.1 on the call chain because of the split. You can get more leverage, but you know, for 370 you can get 0.11 on Jan 24 versus Jan 23, and you actually get some delta exposure too. Like this is 0.24 delta on the 127.50s, and the Jan 23s. I mean, these are cheap as shit, but you'd have to buy 10 of them to get the same amount of Vega exposure, which would give you Hold on, I'm trying to think. Well, you get more Vega exposure. You have to buy 8. What was the price of the other one? 370. That's tough. Hold on. Let me just check the math here. 30 times 8. I guess Jan 24s or Jan 23s are fine, but you have to buy a lot more contracts. So it's 0, 1 divided by 0.17. You have to buy 5. Wait, no. You want 0.1 divided by 0.017. Yeah, you have to buy 6 contracts at $30 each. Is that the last 32? So it's 192 to get 0.1 Vega. Roughly. But way less delta exposure. The delta on these is 0.03 versus the delta on these, which is 0.24. So it's up. I mean, it's up to you. They're a bit different now, though. Hindsight bias in trading is one of the hardest things psychologically. Even when you profit, because you could have profited more, set loss and profit standards, stick to them and move on. Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things that kind of threw me for a loop this week was like the market just tanked after like Pickles picks on like Monday and Tuesday, right? And like a lot of people had weeklies and then they didn't sell. Like, if you're up 40% on SPY calls and you have fucking weeklies, get the fuck out. Like, don't just sit there waiting to get more. Like, start closing shit, making back your cost basis at a minimum, right? But definitely don't try to wait out end of week events with, a weekly suffering from theta decay. It's a depreciating asset, right? That contract is going to zero before the events that you expect to happen are going to be fully realized. So remember that when you buy weeklies, if you're up, start taking profits, start making money on those. Is there a time frame the possible gamma exposure imbalance on GME to be resolved? It should have been yesterday or today. So we'll see what happens today. I'm trying to stay wary of it, so I pulled back my covered calls. I'm not sure volumetrically how much it's going to be. The hedge is obviously, constantly changing. But I think Yelia said today's the last day for it. When the Fed actually going to sell T-bonds? Never. Maybe our national debt will be 50 trillion soon. I mean, they're definitely not pushing through any of their QE. Baba slipping 98. That's a very good sign. So yeah, if you guys are in Baba puts, there's about $3 or more downside. I would, at a minimum, especially if you have weeklies, be really careful with trying to ride it below 95. There's a little resistance here, so watch this. This one's not very strong, but it does exist. This is 97.50, so this looks like it's getting some volume though, so I don't think it's going to have a problem. Are you holding SPY puts over the weekend if it stays in this range? Yeah. It's easier to get rich slowly than quickly. What's the lowest you see the SPY going today? I mean, I don't know the extent to which it will sell off. Potentially, I mean, there's it's pretty easy for it to slip back to 390 because of that downside gap, which is massive. Harder to see on the SPY, but it's on the SPX. All right, I'll show you guys on the trading view chart. So there's a downside gap here between 39.22 and 39.52. It's like a $3 downside gap. That's a big fucking gap. Yeah, very, very big. It's likely that will fill. There's more of them actually. There's one here at 38.19. Between 37.96 and 38.19. And then there's another one here between 38.40 and 38.65. So if they start filling and this move accelerates, it could really come down hard. Hey Girk, sorry if you mentioned earlier, but what's the next support line for the SPY? My puts are happy. On the SPY, let's see. 38 398.50 is the next like strong support, which it looks like we just bounced off of a little. 39 396 398.50 and 396 are the next two to the downside. What's the equivalent? Those gaps on the SPX to the SPY. It's just it's the same numbers, right? Like 39.52 on this on SPX is the same as 395.20 on the SPY, right? Sometimes there's some arbitrage there, but it's minimal. Any categorical method? Resistance and supports are like 50% volume analysis, 25% experience, and 25% art. Some people are better at them than other people, for no real explicable reason. I just try to avoid mapping volatility trends, and I try to keep my support and resistances in line with higher concentrations of volume. I think if you do that, you'll have decent success and you'll get better with it over time. I want to say that they're mathematical and reliable, but I mean, they're not always. Is that a bear pennant on the SPY daily? How low will it go when it falls out? The projected range is like 360. That'd be like a very long play and would require some other things happen, but yesterday we filled a really big upside gap on the SPX that's been sitting there since shit, like mid-June. Can you explain RC's tweet from last night? Who gives a shit? Greatest time to be alive while the stock drops fucking 3% right after market open. Inflation sky high. It's probably awesome being a billionaire right now. XLF, dead. Take a look, dork. Ooh, fuck. Uh, it's not great. Jesus. Spy 360 win? That could be a while. I could take like a month or more. Price action today brought to you by Pi-Fi selling $1,035 covered calls. I only sold 300. Relax. I'm not Byronic. Today's stream card was more difficult than usual to masturbate to. Can you please have the Louvre guys incorporate some goats or sheep? I didn't know that's what did it for you, Popcorn Trader. I'm sorry there was too much of me on it. Should have followed the JFresh trading method. RC tweets by puts. Been pretty reliable. When's a good cat entry now? 385 is actually not a bad one, but it's risky. You might want to wait a little bit. You got a nice rejection here at 189.65, which is a very important resistance. So generally when you get a hard rejection like that on Caterpillar, there's a bit of a continued sell-off. So you may be able to get a re-entry if you find a recovery around 182. So I'd probably watch for that, especially with DJI coming down a bit. SPY trying to do kind of a shitty triple bottom here. Double bottom on the 5. Sorta. I refuse to believe there's any support at these levels after yesterday's mega rip. I mean, the SPY's already down 46 basis points. Is it weird selling CCs? There's actual money in my brokerage account to do stuff with. It's pretty cool. It's nice. Yeah, I think Cat can come back for a decent entry. Cat's upside moves are generally pretty staggered, so it'll hit resistance, recoil, and then start moving up again. And that's because the moves are so large notionally, right? It was trading at 169 the other week, and so there's at 189 a $20 increase. There's lots of people who got in here willing to get out, right? And then on the bounce back, it usually picks up more buyers and will maybe move higher, maybe retest and bounce again before moving higher. But it generally doesn't just rip straight up. At least not on shorter time frames. Opinion on Lenixis's last post. I don't care. I think August 2nd's too early for ETF FTDs, which is exactly the price movement he's describing in his post. When you draw trend lines, do you measure from the end of the wicks or the body? Do you think the case of the downs, slowdowns, or slowdown or accelerates? Do you think this case of the downs slows down or accelerates? I mean, it'll just depend on market participants, right? There's a lot of room to the downside, so it could accelerate, but volume's low. Thoughts on TDOC earnings? Weren't very good. My TDOC leaps are now barely in the money. I probably should have sold before earnings, but what are you gonna do? Should I sell weekly GME CCs and buy puts to protect my downside? You could. That's one way of doing it. So yeah, it's not terrible. V making a V. That was John Wilkes Booth, I believe, Notorious GME. I think they're low-hanging fruit and second nature to you, but would you mind going over how you choose CCs you sell for GME specifically? What are the most important factors? Timing in the cycle is the number one most important factor. I do not sell into OPEX periods. I do not sell into ETF FTDs. The second most important factor, probably time. I try not to sell too far out because GameStop is volatile and can do things unpredictably still. So I try to keep my calls within a 1 to 2 week time frame. Otherwise, I'd over leverage myself and I wouldn't be able to buy them back. The next most important thing, probably ability to buy my calls back or manage the position. So closing them when they're profitable and taking risk off the table, and repositioning if I feel like there's going to be continued sideways trading or downside, and not selling like my entire port at once. If you don't have a lot of shares, that's maybe a risk that you can't afford to not take. Like if you have like 1,000 shares or 500 shares, I mean you really don't have the option to do that. You just have to potentially face assignment and hope your cost basis is fairly low. Can you explain how that makes sense? Wouldn't you want to buy calls to hedge being assigned? You can buy calls to hedge being assigned, but I think he's talking about protecting the downside on his shares. right? So if you sell a covered call, you're not really hoping that the stock goes down, right? Because you own 100 shares. Like I think everyone selling covered calls forgets that they paid money for their GameStop, right? So when the price of the stock actually goes down, um, you're losing far more money from your capital than you're getting back from your premium. And so you can buy puts to hedge that downside move. You would buy calls nearer the money calls to protect from an upside move. But he said protect downside, so I assume he means protecting the value of his initial investment, that's what a protective put does, right? A long put, when you own the underlying, can also be known as a protective put. Because a long put gives you the right but not the obligation to sell your shares at the strike, right? Which means, if you have shares and they're currently worth what let's say like $34, right? I can't see what GameStop's trading at right now. Say that 30, just use this as an example. $34, and you have a $33 put, and your cost basis is 28, right? If this drops to $28 back to your cost basis, this put will go up relative to that $5 drop in price, which offsets the loss from your shares. Because at any time you can sell your shares that you own at 28 for 33. Flip that? Sure. Strategies when trading above cost basis don't get assigned. I mean, it's still the same thing. You don't want to lose the value in your shares. So it's like a protective put still applies. So like I'm trying to think of the last time I sold like a big chunk of protective puts on GME. It was like back in March. Um and shortly after I sold covered calls, right? I bought a bunch of protective puts to cover, well, not my entire position, but a big chunk of it, right? And so, when we dropped from, I think, we were trading at like uh, roughly like 170 at the time. So when we dropped from 170 to like 160, well, I guess it was more than that. It's like 170. I think we came down to, maybe it was like 140 actually. Hold on, let me just pull up the chart. So, you know, I bought them like around here at the end of March OPEX, and I started closing them out actually like a little early. I started closing them out here. But so what happens then is that this loss is protected. So, you know, say I have, you know, 20 puts and the price drops $20, so times a $20 increase in delta, you know, I can, and, you know, if you own 2,000 shares, then the $20 loss from your shares is protected by these puts. Have you gotten your 20K subs plaque yet? I don't know if that's a thing. Is this the Brazilian wax pool? It's not looking super great. It should bounce soon though. I think there's gonna be some upside here. You got this, right? This might actually break to the upside now. It may yeah, it may bounce here. This is it could do one more leg down, but it may not. If it bounces, it should come up. It can almost come back up to 4. 399 or 4, depending on how much volume it gets. If it doesn't bounce, and it's kind of good that it didn't hit the upper trend there, it can, you know, the breakdown would have to come below. Fucking piece of shit. Oh, it's coming back. The breakdown needs to break this lower trend, which I guess I can tighten up a little bit. Oh, where the fuck did that go? Awesome. All right, so it's breaking up. So you'd look to like here and here as like key levels. The EMA 30 right here. You guys can see that. Oh. Clip this. These two levels, it still needs to break above this though. It's struggling a little bit. I know. And so you want to see it break down below this to confirm more downside. I don't like, so this is a descending wedge. It's bullish, but I don't like them. They tend to have really weak breakouts. They're not a bad play for like scalping because they're consistent. It's just the reliability of their breakouts is inconsistent. They tend to break out on kind of low volume. And they generally don't break back above previous resistances. So like they move down, right? And then when they do finally break out, they kind of generally come back to like this level or this level. It's pretty rare for them to actually break higher unless they pull back and stabilize. Now, if you do see one pull back and stabilize, those are generally really good opportunities. Would you say the inverse is also true for ascending wedges breaking down? No. Ascending wedges are actually more bearish than descending wedges are bullish. It also depends the underlying you're trading. Some some things like the SPY, for instance, has really stable support and resistances because it's so liquid. There's always a ton of buy and sell interest, and generally in mostly equal proportion. So, the SPY is more likely to stabilize and also more likely to get rejected at any support or resistance point. Trail stopped out of Baba. Awesome play. Nice, dude. Yeah, hit our price target, right? Fuck yeah. So yeah, even if you were at 90 in 98s on Monday, you should be in the money now. That took a while though. And if you got into puts this morning, great job. Speaking of which, yeah, I should probably close out of mine. Tim Timmery, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome back, bro.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance.
Okay, it broke up.
Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5.
Carr had an interesting move this morning. I don't like that one because the options chain's so fucking illiquid. That was one of the big, like, pandemic shorts. It squeezed super hard and no one talked about it. How bearish is the SPY looking? Pretty bearish. Might recover here a little bit at 398. Any bullish sentiment for BBBY? Considering bailing on my position, thanks. I think so. I mean, I still own it for a reason, right? They're coming out with their forward plans at the end of this month. I mean, I wouldn't be in anything short term on it, but the long term stuff is still has a lot of potential. I mean, they're not going out of fucking business. They could lean pretty hard on that revolving credit line, so revolving credit facility. I bought back 4 CCs for a total profit of 25%. Only like 90, but still that's $90 I didn't have. Yep. And if you save that money, I'm not saying you will, but if you do, if you save that money that you make on income, on covered calls, you can then save it up and use it to sell CSPs and bring your position size up, which means you'll be able to sell more covered calls, which means more CSPs, and exponential growth. And if you can afford to have your capital tied up in BBBY, I still think it has decent potential. It's not an infinite. Well, it is technically, but it's not an infinite money glitch. It's just how you make money. It's like how you build wealth, right? Which is far more important than getting rich. Although getting rich is really fun. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I still have to answer questions about his fucking DDs. No, I don't think he's correct. I think any run on GameStop that's going to happen in early August is going to be between the 4th and the 10th. It'll be fairly consistent. The beginning of it may be slightly volatile. It's just ETF FTDs. It's not a shocker. I don't care how compelling the DD sounds or conspiratorial. It's just something that happens on GameStop literally every fucking quarter. It happened in early June. It happened in early February. It happened in early November. It happened in early May and last year. It happened before the August run in July. I don't know, early August. It was, well, late July, early August. It's not shocking or new. It's outlined in DDs I wrote 6 fucking months ago. Is he even on our Discord? I know he's on the Friends Discord, but I don't know if he's on ours. Computer share dump on August 2nd? Wouldn't it be the 1st? I thought their buy-ins were the 1st and the 15th. It's just I don't want to answer questions about other people's DD. If it's based in fact and has, supporting evidence, sure, I'll discuss it, but otherwise I don't care. See how it's recovering though? That's bullish. Unless it starts to fail. So if it were to recover here, that would be pretty bullish. I would probably want to play the upside of that. It may not be. It looks like it's getting beat down a little bit. No one can answer questions about my DD because no one ever reads it. Secret ingredient. That's not true. I read your DD sometimes. How long do you think RC would wait before doing something with BBBY? Come September, I'm thinking of rolling my leaps or closing if nothing really. Been holding them since March. That's fair. We'll see what happens in August. I don't know. I'm willing to give him some time. There's more pressure on his position now, so see if he makes moves. He should. It seems absurd to not double down. do you mentally manage so many positions while streaming? Do you have every play mapped out every morning? No? I don't know. Just have, I mean, like my active trades I have open. Further out swing stuff, I'm generally not really paying a lot of attention to. That's bullish. So you would buy like 400. Oh, nope. Fuck. That reversed hard. I didn't think I would fill on that. Cool. Take your eyes off it for 1 second. Yeah. I mean, you just stop, right, when it hits risk. Like, if you're buying here, that's your risk. It'll probably bounce now. Tesla dead. Slowly but surely, yeah. Were you able to get out of your puts before the breakout? What do you mean? Oh, I'm not getting out of those. Those are farther dated. They're for August, like late August. I didn't shadow that one. Yeah. I mean, I lost $10. It wasn't a big deal. Second rejection? Hmm. No, I was right. I should have held it. Classic spy head fake. Yeah, it can be tricky. GME doing a similar thing. I think it's kind of unlikely the spy gets rejected right here, but it could. What if BBY takes Freeman convertible bond deal for $1 billion, put half in a fund for buying back stock, no time limit, short squeeze, and sell 10 million shares for 150 a share? Yeah, no. I think that deal just primarily benefits somebody who owns unsecured debt. I'm not particularly fond of its potential for shareholders. You see any way Tesla heads below 800 today? You want it to drop $30 today? No, that's pretty unlikely. I mean, it could, but it's very unlikely. Remember when I said KO 64C if you like money? Vaguely. I remember Turd telling me that the $63 puts were mispriced, and he's now halved his investment account at Pickle Financial. I don't think the board will accept the deal. Not favorable. Looks like it was just hedging the downside risk of their swap blowing up by buying 5 million shares on the long side. You know, for transparency's sake, I feel like I should let everyone know that, you know, we did have a call with Freeman Capital Management last night to discuss specifically the contents of their 13G filing. I don't have any comments on it really, but it was interesting. How do I open an investment account at Pickle Financial? Keep recommending terrible plays to me like Turd until I decide to play one of them. Legit call? Yeah. Is $50 the new shirt off price? Is that still on the table? Absolutely. How did you get that call? One of the guys on the Quant team reached out to them to see if they wanted to talk. No. I guess we're professional. No Cenas jokes. Only Cenas jokes, actually. I have a play for you. It involves knowing that a public company is going to announce laying off 15% of their workforce. Are you interested? Is it privileged information? In which case, no, I don't want to be involved in insider trading. But if you're not an insider, then I don't give a shit. Why is it that we go up like 60 cents and you're like, so recession canceled? Jesus fucking Christ. GME bullish? Probably just moving up with the SPY here. We'll see. It can continue to trend up. So can the SPY. Do I need to like, there, is that better? Call is interesting in a good way or bad? Neither, just interesting. No, I won't, TM. Who do I have to speak with to get ouchie down downs on the SPY? I would like to speak to the manager. Just wait. Are you buying puts here? I already have puts at 398. If it moves back up to like 403 again, I'll buy some more. I don't see a lot left up there though. Like the amount of call interest at 403 and 405 is even more diminished than it was yesterday. Was Bob on the call? No, but he's in the quant cord. I'm a friend of a friend who sits on management meetings. I'm two people down the chain. Am I safe? I mean, yeah, they shouldn't have told you, but you're not an insider. Mr. Kofi? Oh, sorry. No, RC wasn't on the call. When does my lockup period end? I am looking to redeem 30 million of my shares in Pickle Financial to move it to Freeman. It's a 10-year vesting period, a user, so it may take a while. If Jimmy's already above my cost basis and I want to sell cover calls for now, am I right that my only risk is the call getting assigned and my stock being sold at the strike I sold the call at? Yes. How do you know when to average down or to pull out altogether? I guess that would depend on time and expectations. You know, if it's like a longer position and you have time for it to be realized and you have the opportunity to average it down better than the price that you bought in at, that's usually a time that you want to take advantage of that opportunity. Without divulging anything, what do you think of BBBY September 10C? Yeah, I still would be waiting to hear what Cohen's plan is in August. Or the board's plan. What was the quant call about GME? No. Is that in one of your daily posts so I can read up on it? I mean, just the only thing in my daily posts would be that there's data from Yelia that indicates that there is a some unhedged position in the options chain that may have to be covered. I helped them front run when I invested in Pickle Financial in 2009 out of this broker and into my WeBull account. How can I go about doing this? What? I'd like to move the AMD shares I helped front run. Oh, ridiculous. Making 340 a month on 5cc sold after fees. Is that an okay return? Tax free? It's not terrible. A month? It's not great either. I mean, you're way the fuck out of the money, huh? Safe, I guess. Did you cut your GME calls loose? The ones I bought yesterday? Yeah, they were just weeklies. I just bought them to see if it would run up. It didn't. Can you tell us anything about the call? I mean, just that we had one, really. Uh, Other than that, no. So mostly, just for the sake of transparency. You worried about your spy puts? Not currently. I mean, I can't speak to as why he went to Reddit, but like I said, I'm just waiting for to see what Cohen's plan is towards the end of August when they announce it. Are there any cheapish stocks that are also good to sell CCs on? Uh, Palantir isn't terrible for the percentage return. Remember, it's a percentage of your initial investment though, so when you're doing a buy right, it takes quite some time to make back your initial investment. Is there any logical explanation as to why the market is going up after yesterday and today's news? Priced in already? No. Far more likely just repositioning and, rampant impatience. No, I didn't sign an NDA. I went into it very naive and had no idea the culture he was jumping into. Uh, yeah, I could agree with that to some extent. Cycles and GME still alive? Find out. And they're buying a lot of puts right now, so that's a good sign. Always inverse the chat. I mean, I did buy calls. So I can't disagree with you. I sold them all already, but It definitely covered my cost of carrying the position out further. Straddles were pretty good on the Fed meeting yesterday. Would you say the meeting with Freeman Capital was a complete waste of time? No. I mean, it was interesting to hear their take. When you say you're just waiting to see what RC's plan is, do you think it will be part of the revelation that the board is going to make, or will it be a response to the board's plans? I don't know yet. Like a true dad, you've been trying to shield us from blowing up our accounts on trading SPX. But the time has come. Can you please suggest videos and books on learning to trade SPX ES? Thanks. No? There are no relevant books on just specifically trading the SPX. And as far as videos, they probably are all bullshit. Like, here's how you make $1,000 in one day. Fucking nonsense. Learn to trade, and you can trade anything, whether it be the SPX or the SPY, it doesn't matter. Still no covered calls? Nope. Why does my covered call position have anything to do with you? The German brokers trading the split instead of receiving, and German stocks are not Germany stocks are not held in street name but bound to the actual owners. Interesting. Yeah, I know. There's also supposedly no naked shorting. Are they just trying to find bag holders? We'll see. Why is Ivy on the SPY lower at 408 than it is at 397? That's weird. I mean, they're in the money. I think relatively, yeah, more, not necessarily more in the money. The Ivy smiles a little bit off. Is VIX up? VIX is down. VIX is down hard. I don't know. It'll probably fix itself. If you could tell us move by move, play by play, just before you do it, that'd be great. Thanks. I'm actually really excited about the BBY situation. It's definitely more interesting than it was. Is there something specific or relevant we need to know about? You can lose money way faster. Still holding your spy puts, believe it or not. Yeah. Baba bounced off resistance. Timed him was perfectly on the puts. Thanks, brother. No problem, man. Congratulations, dude. I feel like none of this is real, and we're all just existing in a J. Powell fever dream. Cat not getting the same love as Spy right now. Boo. The Spy climb's not very strong anyway. That initial bounce, like this one, this was decent. This one, not so much. About a 400p for tomorrow. Let's see how it plays out. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with Theta, Popcorn Trader? Why do you hate Theta so much? I think we could... Yeah, sure. Could we trade flat and then gap down in PM tomorrow? Why not? I'm sure there's some anticipation of the Amazon and Apple earnings. I don't doubt that at all. There's also some other big earnings tonight too, right? Intel's tonight, Roku's tonight. Popcorn likes to live life on the edge. I know. Hey, close that BJ's position. We're up now. Oh, I closed it the next day when it was down like 60%. It wouldn't be up. The fucking theta decay. Sell theta, make tendies. Hmm. You mentioned if the SPY gets back to 403, you would add more puts. What strike? Staying with the 819s? Yeah, probably 398 and 400. On vacation, I just realized I've had 5 weeks off since I started hanging out with you every day, and you've had 0. Yeah, I don't do vacations. Are BBBY 819 10Cs dead? 819 10Cs? Probably. It used to be never bet against Apple. Is that no longer true? I wouldn't bet against them directly. I think that's risky and maybe not very profitable. Do you think Apple and Amazon will beat? No. Thoughts on AMD? It's doing okay. Found a little support on this mid trend. Ah, you piece of shit. Yeah, it could have another move up. Either that or it's going to double top here and fail. It looks good right now, though. Hmm. 405. For a lower high. Oh, what the fuck? Hmm. That's what like all the volume is. Interesting. Sure, raising capital for one of those Elysium space stations, but for pigeon whales, it's set to launch in 2202. Investment guarantees citizenship. Thoughts on AMD? Okay, whatever that is. C's vacation is horrible ROI. I mean, I do. You think Apple and Amazon will miss, but still rocket up? That's a good question. No, I mean, I think Apple's pretty fairly valued right now. So if they missed, they would probably drop. Amazon's probably gonna get fucking hammered. Quarter two, not a good time for them. Way too much exposure to not only the Chinese like COVID lockdowns, but the like surging diesel prices as well. How do you create the resistance line at 402.31? Where it tough the most? This one? Where it touches the most? No. It's volume traded. Very interesting shift search shows most SPX puts sold. They're all at the ask. Lots of them too. Jesus, almost 650 million in less than 2 hours. SPX puts sold. But they're all at the ask. Interesting. Huh. That doesn't sound like they're sold. Especially if they keep hitting the ask. That just sounds like they're bought, right? The so shift search is fucking like bought sold thing sucks. But their little chart that shows the relative like ask price of the contract, that's not so bad. Is there a way to expand it? Yeah, you go to regular weeklies and quarterlies, and then you go standard and non-standard. Make sure you have all 5 of those highlighted. Hey, Gurk, I think I should have bought more theta. Maybe. It's a creme de la creme for therapists. Oh, I think I've seen that before. I didn't know Herman Miller made that. I thought there was like a... I thought there was another company that made them. Can you make any sense out of bad GDP data and the market moving up? Like I said, I think it's still just repositioning. I don't think it's sustained. I don't think it'll continue much longer. If you have short-term bets against the market, you're probably dealing with some serious risk. If you have some time, a couple weeks, you should be fine. Yeah, I know Rod's talking to him tonight. Maybe GDP data was better than what they are pricing in. I don't think so. I don't think we've priced in a recession. I just think they're not pricing in a recession. Thoughts on a new deal with Manchin for climate and tax package, big new spending, chips passing too, forward-looking good news supporting SPX. Yeah, some of that helps. But the timeline on a lot of that shit is really far out. So it can drive short-term speculation, but it's not going to drive long-term price improvement. Rados, maybe GDP data is better. SPY 400. P for tomorrow, not the dumbest thing you've ever heard of. That's not, I mean, you're not that far out of the money. If Amazon and Apple miss tonight, like the SPY will absolutely go down, right? I mean, it bounced off that $95 price target. I'd want to see a rejection somewhere before I went to the short side again. Could be a good opportunity to go long and play a move back up. Although that doesn't look great either. Flat out declining revenue for e-tailers and shipping companies. I'm still delivering more than pre-COVID, but there's been a marked decline in the last quarter that will show up in balance sheets. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I'm already short the SPY and everything, right? Into quarter 3, I'm probably going to be even more bearish. No 390 SPY end of day. I mean, that would have been very unlikely. There's still a big gap down there. Several big gaps. I don't think so. 75% of analysts said growth, not decline in quarter 2. Yeah, a lot of projections were aiming for like 0.3% growth and economic expansion. Economic contraction, even at 0.9, is really bad. And don't forget that that's still just the first report. It could get worse. I think the next one's on August 25th. Still holding 400, 399 for 8.3. Continued price move throughout the week, looking to average down slightly. I mean, this is a good price point to average down at. Can you explain how repositioning in the market would actually cause the market to go up? They sell puts, right? They sell off puts and then reposition them at higher prices. It generally drives a lot of like chop and volatility. Are there any theoretical catalysts that could cause Palantir to run hard? Yeah, if they ever make money. What's up, Silent Killer? This is coming up on no fucking volume. So weird. Jesus, Jimmy's not trading at all. Yeah, it's really not tracking very well. It's doing a little better, I guess. The volume is super fucking low. Like almost non-existent. This would have been like 370,000 volume pre-split. Let's have a T2 type effect next week. Yeah, very well could. Run to 404, 390, 95 tomorrow. I could see it hitting 405. I think it might. I think it could potentially push a little higher than 404. I agree though. There's not a lot of option support up there. Are big gaps on the SPX a thing? They can happen. Split should promote more volume due to lower prices. This is super sus. I mean, some people are selling, but not a lot, right? So it's not really like liquidity is just not really changing that much. Yeah, I know, Stefan. You know I have calls, right? Just a couple, but 275K volume pre-split right now, like dead. Yeah, pretty much. This is a very uninteresting day. But remember, when we have super low volume, FTDs can compound quite a lot because you can't clear them through CNS without sufficient volume. Are you buying more spy puts? Probably soon, yeah. Volume's coming down on this. Aside from that big run after the Fed meeting. Okay. Thanks to the Sega tip, CB15 sold at 19 after a kind of big red candle at 906. Here's your cut. My question for you today is how long do you wait to confirm a downtrend? And what affects your parameters? I missed the top somewhat because I had hot pants. I mean that really depends on what I'm trading, but generally not too long. I mean, I usually like have a stop set, you know, especially if I've surpassed my price target fairly tight, like 5 to 10%. You'll always miss tops. It doesn't matter how good at trading you are. It's as long as you got profits, you won. You have puts on Google? No. I have covered calls. August. They're probably not far enough out, but what are profits? Excellent question. Would you roll your spy puts out to September? I mean, if I have to, yeah, I could. Check out ENPH. Yeah, they're all just this is all because of the bill going through the Senate right now. They're all a bit chasey, and remember that this is largely driven by speculation. Is it time to get out? Fuck. Set stops, I guess. Hmm. Interesting. For Sega? I mean, Sega was like a cup and handle breakout, right? to go out here. So, you know, from the point of breakout, which is at like $7, well, 14, you can assume like a 50% increase roughly. It's probably not done running. But you just, I mean, when you're approaching all-time highs like that, you just shit. Okay. Yeah, when you're approaching all-time highs like that, you just want to like tighten up your stops and see where the price action takes you. You can do fundamental analysis and try to figure out what you think the stock is worth. I'm not really doing that on something I'm just trading, right? But you can do that. I'll do that on things that I trade a lot, but generally not something I'm just in and out of. VVIX at the lowest level in 3 years. Interesting. SPY is making me feel like we're at the point in the movie where we live in a completely fraudulent system or we double down. Let's see, it got rejected off 403 there. Meta's still down 6%. Did you add SPY puts? Not yet. What do you think about 916, 390? I mean, they're kind of far out of the money. You probably have more than enough time, but they're a little far out of the money right now. Obviously, if we fall back to 400, they look a lot more attractive. But if you don't have anything else, like I don't mind having 390s because I have, you know, 398s. Probably soon I'll have 400s, right? If I didn't have those, I wouldn't solely have 390s though. We're looking at 19 and 919 SPY puts and not sweating. NFA, but this is gonna dump. I didn't think there was a position that could evaporate my money faster than BBY, yet here I am with SPY puts. Fair enough. All I've got are 390s. Cross your fingers. Here's the problem with ghosting my plays. One, you can't see all of them. I wouldn't even have a way of showing all of my positions on the stream. Well, I could, but it'd be a fucking mess. Two, you can't partially ghost it. You can't ghost it by buying less theta. What else? There's got to be some more good ones in here. You don't know what I'm buying or selling. So 5. I can roll this shit forever. Warden used to tell me exactly what to trade. Glad to see you're aware of all the problems with your stream. Now fix them. Yeah, I could probably keep going, but I feel like that's sufficient. What's your view on Sega? I have calls on it. I bought leaps on it forever ago and sat with them underwater. It was like a pickles pick like 3 months ago or something. They're finally in the money. It can keep going up. As long as like the monkeypox speculation and stuff continues, it'll probably keep driving up. I'd set stops if you're already in it, but I wouldn't chase it. Like the cup and handle's already broken out, so you're just chasing hard at this point if you're buying in. I mean, I don't care if you do because you're pumping the position I already have, but can't ghost your plays, but I can ghost you. Unliked, unsubbed, unwatched. All right, I'll see you later, JJ. Are you now more or less confident we'll see imbalance covering today after this price action? I mean, I really like the fact that volume's drying up super hard. I think that's kind of bullish. GME puts? We're kind of at a pretty hard resistance. I mean, I already sold CSPs at 32. I don't know how much more downside there is. I'm so wrecked on spy puts. How? Look at the big brain on Spider. Just playing the stream at a faster speed. What about volume dying makes you happy? People aren't selling post dip. Yeah. Also, they can't net FTDs without sufficient volume. Right? S Continuous net settlement requires volume. And if the volume is insufficient, then FTDs build up. I just want to remind everyone that Pickle started this WeBull account with $5,000. Was that it? Huh. I don't even remember what I started it with. You transferred 100 shares at one point. Oh yeah, I transferred shares out to Fidelity back when I cared. I know I put in like 5 grand to buy BBBY at one point. So I've deposited money into it at least a couple times, once or twice. I think I deposited like money to buy like single shares. Remember when I was like buying the resistance? I think I did that a couple times. It's not a lot, but I've put a little bit in it. How do I look for plays? I get when you say you need to learn on your own, but I legit don't know what to look for. EMAs are bullshit. TA fails half the time. Feels more like gambling and not making legit plays. I mean, TA shouldn't be the foundation for your positional entry, right? You need to go look at charts and, plan out expected moves. You can use TA to back it, but you need to use some sort of valuation metrics as well. I mean, choosing plays, I mean, like, you can rely on a scanner and you can do okay, but you're not going to do great. You have to do your DD, right? So pick a stock, do DD on it, see if you can predict how it moves. It doesn't matter what stock you pick. Just pick anything out of the S&P 500. How do you day trade with just 5K? You just use like a cash account. Start with 20 and lose 15. Is Tootsie Roll a part of the S&P 500? I don't think it is. But buy more Tesla puts? Just buy 404. And just tap the 405. Give me it. 405 is not really that impressive of a resistance. New to selling CCs. Fidelity wants me to do a buy right, but to use my own shares, do I just sell to open a call? Yeah, you just sell to open a call. They say the risk is unlimited that way. No, it's not. As long as you have 100 shares in your account, the risk is not unlimited. The risk is simply the 100 shares in your account. How likely do you think this SPY chop around 400, 405 until August SLD? Let's see what happens with the rest of the big earnings tonight. I'm back. I tried my cores and sharded myself within 3 minutes. I've never touched cloth watching your stream. Do you know of a way in WeBull to remove options trading, or do I need to email support? I'm not following my trading plan, and SPY fucked me. It looked so good. To remove options trading? Yeah, I have no idea. You would probably have to contact support. I can't explain it, but something in the market doesn't feel right. It feels like something's about to break. VIX at 22 on GDP data. This is absurd. I agree. I'm not. I'm, I'm not. I'm not fucking closing my puts. SPY closed to 405 now. Still buying puts. It's getting there. I'm gonna wait for a test. Mm-hmm. 400s on a test of 405. Be about 6 each. 550. Jimmy has no bullish pressure. It seems like shorts are in control. Jimmy just has nothing happening, right? You think PCE inflation will have a big impact on SPY tomorrow? It could. It could have some effect on the SPY tomorrow. When is August SLD? August 15th, right? Or 16th? Hold on. Oh, 17th, sorry. 17th. I knew it was that week. August 17th is the Wednesday. Or should we be on the SPY realistically? Based on like our current economic conditions, probably somewhere like in the mid 300s. Does the chart look bearish to you? No? Then why puts? I mean, it does, in fact, look bearish. Upwards consolidation in a fucking ascending wedge is not bullish. Hestia. How is Jimmy not more liquid than before? I find this price movement sus. It's interesting. We talked about the most troubling economic news this week. Death of the Choco Taco. I know. Our reality keeps getting worse. So holding them for a breakdown? I don't buy a month of theta. I bought calls yesterday. You seem very hung up on like being bullish. I don't know. I bought like 40 calls into the fucking Fed meeting and just sold them off when it ran up. So yeah, I'll hold my puts for quite some time. Do you think the market's worth more? What's your thesis behind that? Jimmy is a looker because options volume has dropped off by like 4x. It's almost like a bunch of morons just buy one option at a time, regardless of the price. Tesla losing steam faster than a SPY, is that accurate? It's possible. Are in September SPY puts buying too much theta? No. A lot of the tech stocks are beaten down, but yeah, but still trading at massive PEs. Um, you can see sustained consolidation now that the Fed has ensured lower rate bumps for the remainder of the year. They haven't. They've just said that their target range for September is the same as the target range for July, which just likely means that if we get hit with another bad CPI report, that they're going to move to 0.75 in September. We'll be pumping equities as much as possible before the next SLD. Okay, so I'll just wait till the next SLD. But it doesn't look like they're long on anything. Institutionally, money on the SPX above like 403, 405 is barren. So if they're betting on upside, they're sure as fuck not profiting off of it. My thesis is whoever controls the stock market has access to my portfolio and does the opposite of what I do. I'm gonna make a new port under a fake name and inverse my trades to avoid this. So just perfectly delta neutral at all times. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that'll get passed through Congress and the Senate. Not. It's in September according to June's dot plot. 50 BPS in September, not 75. Only if CPI is not bad. They said target range up to what 3.5 by 2023. That leaves them quite a bit of room. No problem. Okay, now I might get some puts because this is starting to look weaker. We get 403 for September. I don't need till September. I just got August. 403. 400s are under 6. $3 for $100. Yeah. Are you excited for some downs on the second part of this day? Or do you think chop until Monday because of earnings with more repositioning, for example? I could see us moving back down to like 400. For a forced stock market not found. QQQ about to test yesterday's high of 408.53. Nuts. Especially after fucking Meta's earnings last night. 403 options forbidden. With low volume on GME and lack of CNS to clear FTDs, when can we see GME go on reg show? I have no idea, man. FTD reporting's 15 days behind. If GME goes on reg show, it'll go on reg show long before we have any idea that it's going to go on reg show. FNGU. Microsectors. Index leverage ETN. What does it track, though? NYSE FANG index. 3x. Decent volume. I'd wait till 10. From like a technical standpoint, I'd wait till 10, but I don't love it. Like from a macro point of view, I think it could fail and fall off even harder. But yeah, if I was gonna go long, I'd wait till 10. Am I your least favorite billionaire? No. Right? Yeah, no. You're not. If Jimmy went on reg show, would the impact be the same as the new post-split price? It would drive a lot of fucking interest if Jimmy went on reg show again. Remember, for many people, that was the first like big sign of the Jan squeeze. It would cause FOMO. Not that people have a lot of money to FOMO anymore, but who's your favorite billionaire? I don't know. I don't have any favorite billionaires. Show you my reg. Me? Hello, Daddy's Tender Chicken. I just don't play favorites. That's not true. There is the Quant chord, but you know, I don't even know if most of them are in billionaires. I'm definitely up there, right? Sure. I'm not a billionaire. I'm a pigeon whale. Fucking. You show favoritism towards Moonwen? No, I don't. Also, Moonwen's not a fucking billionaire. He's a cheap fuck. I think you love me because I threw a caution to the wind. You just take all the risk I'm unwilling to, popcorn trader. I can live vicariously through your portfolio. Who is your favorite pigeon whale and why is it Bithead? Bithead is simply investing in memberships. It has very little to do with me. He just wants to be long memberships and then he wants to exercise his right to those warrants at a later date. You love that I play weeklies, admit it. I I love it if people play weeklies and make money off them. But if people play weeklies and lose a bunch of money, I don't want to hear about it. M3CJC, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Hit me up. I'll get you added if you're not already. What about people who buy monthlies and lose a bunch of money? Then they can bitch. Yeah, fair amount of bitching at that point is respectable. Why spy up? Why not? Wouldn't MOASS? Make money playing weeklies on Monday and Tuesday, and then lose most of those gains later in the week. Weeklies. I took it on loan, so it's not like I lost my money. Nice. Don't worry, I'm not telling you about all the money I've lost. I'm too ashamed that I do exactly what you say not to do. It's just fun, so I continue. Yeah, GME is really boring. I'm gonna go back to watching The Spy. I want to see if it continues to break down. Those 4-3 puts are looking like they were a great idea now. Building up a bunch of September 50 GME calls on the dip earlier this week. Nice. What GPU do you use for WeBull? GPU? I have a 3080 Ti. What would you say about August 12, $45 calls? That sounds fucking terrible. Our price improvement through like the August ETF FTD period probably, I mean, they're higher than they've been in a really long time, but I don't know if we'll see that much price improvement. You're talking about like greater than 10%? I guess we could. I don't know. We haven't had a lot of upside volume, so it's hard to tell what our volatility will be like. But it's not like we're gonna break like gamma max on a like FTD push. Remember, those like FTD pushes are like low volume climbs, right? They generally aren't like big volume, high volatility moves. Better question: do you hydrate your GPU? I washed my old one in the dishwasher one time. You have to admit, this continued illiquidity post split is encouraging for a squeeze scenario. I don't know about that. Not unless we see it driving up obligations, in which case, sure, but big boys are in calls. Really, I only see like sold calls on SPX. I'm not really seeing a lot of call interest. I'm not really seeing a lot of interest, period. It's kind of meh. Last night was interesting, but today doesn't look very impressive at all. Like, there was a lot of repositioning yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, SPY positive delta is dying off pretty hard, and most of it's like sold puts being repositioned. institutional or delta volume is super fucking bearish on call and put trades. They represent, institutions represent 850,000 of the negative on balance delta today. Hedge funds went long, but they'll bail and they have shorter dated calls. Yeah, I don't really see the bullishness anywhere. If I saw bullishness in any of the data points, I'd bail, right? I'd bail on my puts and buy calls. Is there something on WeBull to track IV of a stock so we can know a good time to enter trades? I don't think so. Tesla failed. I need it to drop a little harder. See, this is what these are the hard ones to manage. Like the 830s I bought this morning. I sold half of them. Maybe I should have just sold them all. Well, okay, I didn't hit the bottom that well. I sold them like here, but see if it drops again and it's really gonna leg it down, it could move to 800. Maybe I just close like the another half, like 825. I don't know. It's still holding VWAP for now. It doesn't look good though. SPY's coming up on fucking what? Microsoft moving up for absolutely no fucking reason at all. Interesting. Apple and Amazon are both getting kind of spicy. Pumping it into close. The fucking market maker is going to eat call buyers alive if these don't rip in after hours. Thoughts on weekly UVXY $11 call? I don't like it. Not that it's necessarily even that bad. I don't know. The VIX has been behaving really weirdly lately. If people have repositioned, then what tanks the market? Lack of buy pressure, negative delta hedging, selling of assets. Don't forget that, like, in the next, like, week, the Fed's supposed to ramp up QT. And they're way behind. Way behind. Is there a specific time lag between SPX and SPY? Not a reliable one. It's kind of random. Pre-split view for CSPS. Should one not look at options from a pre-split view for CSPs? Or is it better to adjust your preferred cost basis and take advantage of higher premiums on 2 CSPs closer to the money versus 4 out of the money? It's a good question. I would say that I mean, it largely depends on what you think the stock is going to do, right? You still have to pay attention to the the trend and everything. If you have a price target in mind, or like a cost basis that you want to lower, then you still would want to target lower than your current cost basis, right? Whether that be through the collection of premiums or the strike or both. The cheaper you get it, the more you lower your cost basis. So markets will never crash unless boomers sell then, because shorts can pump the market so easy and dump it so easy and just play vol. I mean, yeah, the big banks just strangle the fuck out of it. And the shorts short reposition, that causes it to rally, and then they short again, right? What are your CSPs expiring? 8/5? No, tomorrow. What are the best days of the week to sell weekly GME Generally, Tuesday because of T+2 and Friday. Is it the same for all stocks? No. Some stocks don't really have very relevant options markets, right? And so, you know, on stocks that swing wider and have lower options liquidity, or at least their price is less affected by their delta, you're really targeting like upside moves. Like in a growth stock, you're targeting the upper range of whatever channel. And non-trending stocks, same thing. Or you're just strangling outside of the channel. Like in a growth stock or a trending stock, right? You're targeting these for your covered calls, right? And you're targeting buying them back here and selling CSPs. Um, in a stock that's not trending, so you can just do both, right? Because it's so reliable. Um, and then in a descending stock, well, you probably don't want to own this, right? But if you do have calls, you want to try to hit the peaks there, but you don't want to sell CSPs until there's a shift in the trend. Because like you don't want to buy more of a stock that's dropping. Really curious about Apple earnings to see if it's going to be one of those Apple single-handedly holding up the entire market. We'll see. Give me borrowable shares, 150,000. We dumping hard soon? Maybe, but I think everything might be dumping hard here in a minute. Like really weak rally on Tesla. Probably the same weak rally on the SPY. Yeah. That's the thing, their cost basis. And pre-split, I was comfortable buying 100 at 105 strike. So now that it's 26.25, I'm considering doing two closer at the money, opposed to continuing four at 26.25. Bullish, long. I mean, is that what's the relative value of those though? Like, and how far out are you selling them? Because all of that factors in, right? So, if you're looking at like 26, 25, so like August 19th, right? Uh they're $74 each. So you'd be buying shares net premium at 25.50 versus what did you say your other strike was? Just closer to the money and versus what like 30 is still really low risk of assignment, but that's a little better at 160. It's almost not worth it though. 30 is below gamma neutral, so the chances of assignment are slim. That's 160 for $3,000 capital. So it's a 5% or a 0.5, 0.05 or 0.5%, half a percent return on capital. It's not terrible. Clarify your selling CC response. Selling CCs on Friday for the following week. Sneaks in one more day of theta premium. And Tuesday takes advantage of GEX. Yeah. By the end of the year, I'll have enough money for trade capable Frigidaire in each of my properties. Amazing. I think iPhone 13 sales will be down personally. I agree. Excess inventory being carried. Sales down, shipping costs and manufacturing costs up. What do you think of the single security ETFs? Useful or not? Yeah. Are they getting any volume yet? They're very good for trading. It's almost like leveraged CFDs. The number of decimals in those snap and F positions are disgusting. Yeah, I hate them. It's annoying though, because you have to to sell fractional shares, you have to go on your phone and sell them. Two-week delivery times for most of quarter two for the Apple Store. Sales are going to be low. Huh. Is it wise to take a 20,000 pound loan with fixed 2.8% interest for 7 years to invest in high dividend stocks? I mean, if you can maintain a yield above your interest rate, sure. It's not amazing, but it's, I mean, you could do okay. It's kind of hard. That'd be a high yield to maintain. You'd have to definitely actively manage it. Would you average down on the depressing 390 SPY puts or buy 400p 819 expiry? I bought 403 and 400. SPY going to retest? Maybe. I don't know. This bounce back doesn't have a lot of volume on it. I want to design it like yours. Improve my trading. What model of freezer should I buy? Sub-Zero? I feel like we're gonna get 390 end of day Friday, but then I think it's just my puts talking. But then again, we were at 393 yesterday, and that was before bearish news. Am I growing too bearish? I don't know. Are you? Ooh, volume's picking up a little. I don't know if it's picking up enough, but it's picking up a little. Maybe not. Might be falling off now. Just rejected here at the resistance, 40406. Let's find out. Who's pumping this pile of garbage? I don't really think it's getting pumped very hard. It's losing steam pretty fast. I mean, consider how much volume was on the run up yesterday versus the one today. Now, if you had 45k to be purely a stock move, would you average down on GME? Or is BBBY a safer play? BBBY is very risky. Um, it has a lot of potential, but it's very risky. You tell Sega to stop breaking out so I can short it. Oh, I don't think Sega is like a pump and dump. Like it's just starting to realize valuation after decades of being fucking worthless. Problem is the retail is too bearish right now. The market needs to bleed their money out before reacting to the news. I don't know about that. It just looks like a relief rally. Who would have thought 2 years ago that Jamie would be the safer play today? Doing better than my company 401k. Yeah, Jamie's not performing too badly. A little strength here. BBY is the worst stock I've ever bought so far. Really, from what? 3% down? Has OPEX changed since the split? I mean, we don't know. There hasn't been an OPEX since the split. I'm thinking SPY may remain steady as we wait for Apple and Amazon. That's possible, yeah. How about that Sega though? Like a freight train. Doing good. Why GME doesn't consolidate? I mean, I don't know what you'd call our current low volume price action in a narrow range. Kind of like consolidation. Maybe they boost some OPEC stuff till after the rate announcement. I don't think so. How long of a downtrend do you see coming for the SPY? I'm in for October puts, but I'm thinking probably close out before a potential August OPEX runs. I think at worst, like time frame next CPI data and SLD. So I'm prepared to like hold on to my SPY puts until then. I can roll them out, you know. Apple miss, Amazon miss. SPY 430 by Friday. You think the SPY bounces back into a bull market? The market's pretty irrational, but I don't know if it's that irrational. SPY 420.69 at noon Friday. We'll see. Have you been watching? What? The SPY? Yeah. The SPY will do the exact opposite of whatever the chat thinks. The chat's just bullish when things are up and bearish when things go down. It's always the same shit. Like everyone dives headfirst into whatever the market's telling them to feel. Chat indicator is choppy. Those people made money the past 2 days. They also lost money the past 2 days. So quickly, everyone forgets that the SPY hit 390 on Tuesday. From 400. So we're just where we were 2 days ago. Seems like the only bullish options on the SPY expire tomorrow. Yeah. This week was the first week in a while I made money option by right before clicking place order. I changed put to call. The SPY consolidation you said is bearish, correct? Because on an uptrend, yeah, it's consolidating into an up like an ascending wedge. Like if you got to the 4 or 1 hour. Check SPY. It's just chopping. What was the BBY news you mentioned before? I didn't mention any news. I'll make some lunch. Intraday cup and handle about to break down. Hmm. Interesting. I bought more spy puts earlier. Well, not that much earlier. I don't know what Lenexus is doing. I think he's trying to call the like August ETF FTDs. And I think he's like 2 days early. We have high FTDs starting in a few days. Not even really. Well, they're not terrible. But those just create volatility. Like, they're not going to create any price improvement. So I think he's just a couple days early. The ETF FTDs should be between the 4th and the 10th. They're pretty high. Or at least XRTs were. But XRTs might be deferred because of Reg Show. I keep seeing people on SS with 400 shares because they don't know about covered calls, but have to remember without DRS we lose a little bit of liquidity. What do? Ah. I mean, there's not a lot you can do. How do you tell what are FTDs and ETF FTDs based on when they're due? They have different schedules. FTDs are due sooner than ETF FTDs. ETF FTDs have additional time for their settlement. To maintain illiquidity, buy more shares when the price is cheap, right? That's what you do with your cover call money, is you use it to buy more shares. It's the best. When's the next OPEX cycle? August 19th. It's the next OPEX expiration. As if selling cover calls is a perfect thing. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple. People are capable of doing lots of things if they teach themselves how to do them. Assuming everybody's too stupid to sell covered calls or make money off their investments is kind of fucked up, right? Maybe you are. I think a lot of people in here have had quite a bit of success selling covered calls and generating income from their shareholding. Did Yelia mention if that little run up yesterday was the gamma imbalance? No, she didn't think it was. I think she did comment on it. She's not been around a lot lately. Don't forget, they can always hedge through more liquid derivatives, right? So even though the potential for it's there, it may not be realized. It took me an hour to learn covered calls. Yeah, it's not that hard. What point do you think the stock gets too high that the low point ends up being higher than your puts? 418, 422 range? Yeah, I would probably consider bailing if it moved even up to like 410. I'd probably bail and reposition. 405, I'm fine just continuing to average down. And if I bail, I'm just going to roll and reposition out further out. I'm still confident in downside. I used to make decent money for my BBY CCs, but now I make $12 from them. Yeah, they're basically not even worth it now. I haven't sold CCs on them since March. It's just fucking what's the point? We always ask you financial and food questions, but and never check in on you. I hope you're good. I'm doing fine. I'm a little tired today. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. It's Friday or Thursday, so it's kind of just midweek doldrums. The market's being a bitch. Buckle up, Jen. Yeah. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Looks like to me that DDS is giving some re-entry positions near the EMA 30 on the 4-hour interval. Thoughts? Hmm. Mm, yeah, it doesn't look terrible. It could probably move down one more time. It's like, I don't think it'd hit 413, but maybe, or 213, but maybe 218. $220. Might be able to get it like $10 cheaper a share. How do you roll options? You sell them and buy new ones. Did you get back in GME cover calls yet? No. If Apple misses, will we see the market collapse? Depends on how hard it misses. Yeah, it could have a big effect. You don't need to time the top or the bottom. You can, I mean, you can maximize profits if you can of course, it's not a perfect science. You can maximize profits timing the top and the bottom But you can just consistently get profits taking low risk positions. You don't have to time shit. You just fucking sell covered calls at like 0.1 delta. If the stock starts to move up, you buy them back. If it doesn't, you let them expire worthless. How do you gain money by buying back a CC? Well, if you're up, right? So, if you sell a covered call and you collect like $1.50 premium, and over the course of a few days, the premium for that call drops to 0.75, you're now up 50%. So if you buy it back, right, you've still collected 0.75 premium, which is the difference between where you sold it and where you bought it back. How many brokers should have any option UI UX facing that allows you to really roll your contracts out and buy theta? All specs would be in the front end, and the back end it would sell by your contracts. Some brokers have that. They have like just like a roll option. And the problem with it is they generally like just buy at the ask and sell at the bid. So you lose money on the spread. It's better to do it manually. So why then is it so simple to profit off cover calls that anyone in SS can and should be doing it? You have to time the bottom and top, right? I'm tired of this arrogant attitude of yours. It's not arrogant, it's just simple. You don't need to time anything. You can sell your shares, it doesn't fucking matter. As long as you're selling them for more than you paid for them, you're up. And then you can just buy more shares and sell covered calls on those. There's no arrogant, it's not arrogant, it's just a fact. It's simple. It's the simplest options contract. It's saying, I agree to sell these shares at this price by this date. If the call doesn't hit that, if the underlying doesn't hit that price, you don't sell them. If it does, you do. Either way, you collect a premium. I'm assuming he's trolling? I don't know. You don't need to monitor them all day. Sell them 30 days out. Who gives a shit? They don't like my tone. Well, they can go fuck themselves. I'm not here to fucking coddle them. Oh, you have a job and you can't work. I'm so sorry. Then don't sell fucking covered calls. What do you want me to tell you? I don't give a shit what you do. DRS your shares. Print them out and shove them up your ass. You think I give a fuck if you make money? I don't. You have two options. Make money, don't make money. It's your fucking choice. Is this true about Jimmy? Don't get snarky with me with your arrogant attitude either. Fuck off. Patrick J. Fresh's son, Lambden. Have you considered uncovering your calls? Well, that's a naked call. That presents a great deal of risk and requires very attentive position management. I've been using weekly, bi-weekly CCs on GME, but it seems like you may slightly favor monthlies. Or is that just because that person was a troll? Or was a tool? Oh, it was because that person was a tool. I usually sell weekly and bi-weekly covered calls. Sometimes when you don't get enough sleep, your patience wears thin. Fuck off, Ryan. It's like the 4x top on the SPY. At what point does that get bullish? 5, 6? 4x enough for a turn? We'll see. Just wait. I know you're not. I'm also just fucking with you, Patrick Lambden. It's not that complicated. You know, there's an opportunity to make income off of your shareholding. If you want to take that opportunity, I'll teach you everything I can so that you can do it with minimal risk. If you don't want to take that opportunity, why the fuck are you even here? Why are we talking about this? You're here waiting for MOASS? Fuck off. It's not happening. If it does happen, hopefully you still have your shares and you haven't been assigned by then. Is Bithead actually your buddy whose house you have a lien on and he's paying you back with memberships so the SEC and his hedge fund can't track it? Okay, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves, I need you to be quiet. Okay? You can contact me in DMs. Yeah, first Gemini, sometimes I wonder how healthy that is for me mentally. Hey Gert, can I slide into your DMs to ask when to buy calls? You mean like Moonwind? Please don't. If the spy had a face, I'd punch it. You mean the CEO of Standard & Poor? Here are the macro tips like pet risk techniques. So far, I learned to base more frequently for optimal liquidity. Nice. You have shares of GME because deep of your heart, you want the MOASS to happen, isn't it? Nobody knows the financial rabbit hole. No, I have shares of GME because they make me money. Lots of money. And eventually the company will be worth more than what it's worth now. That's why you buy any stock. I bought a part of a business that I think will be a better business in the future. I bought a chunk of it before it ever did anything. Based off DFV's thesis, which had fucking nothing to do with MOASS at the time. It was just a good thing to buy. Like, it looked promising. It still looks promising. And if you're not in GME for that reason, if you bought it strictly for the short squeeze, That sucks. So now you're faced with the decision, what do you do with it? Do you bail because you may not get a short squeeze? Okay. Or you can take everything you've learned in the last 2 fucking years and put it to use and improve your quality of life. If you're losing money on CCs, you certainly shouldn't touch weeklies. I'm here to learn the lingo so I can bullshit my way into getting a job at a bank and be the one who screws all your degenerate options plays over instead of getting shafted myself. I mean, that's a respectable goal, Pencil. Thanks, Bluefire. People waiting for MOASS also have a $300 cost average. I know. Can you explain the logic behind the Apple options flow today, specifically the June 23 60s? That's weird. Could just be like arbiters. June 23 60s, positive delta. Hmm. Why? 60s, $20 million worth of 60s. Yeah, it could be arbitrage. It could be a long position. Or maybe it's multi-leg, so it's probably part of a spread, but it might be arbitrage. I missed a lot of the stream today. Should I take the L on my spy puts expiring 8/19? Up to you. I bought more on average down. Thoughts on Sega? I'm still in it. I have stops. I don't know. I think it'll keep driving up. Slowly. More slowly now, but keep driving up all the same. Nice, J-Con. I now have a $75 cost basis, not 300. That's just Super conservative with 15 contracts. Got me $700 this week. As long as we don't hit 39.38 tomorrow, we're good. About to close them out. Vol crushing, SPY will continue ripping. Eh. So my first CC today, inspired by your fire, but I'm stubborn, so I sold at 0.2 delta. Here's your cut. Thanks, Freggin Turbulence. Will you play Pickle Song when I get assigned? Sure. You're probably not going to get assigned at 0.2 delta. You're pretty far out of the money, man. Your stream marketing is kind of like a trap for SSers. You lure them in with Toxamash, then crush their dreams. No. The title of the stream is Recession. Who am I advertising to? It's a perfume ad. Like, fucking, it's actually a joke. Fair enough, chicken tender daddy. Selling CCs against the infinity pool. Oh, don't lie. You know what I love is like super suckers act like they're not dipping into the infinity pool to pay their fucking rent and car payments. JPOW and President said recession is impossible and the good times will last forever, or at least until after midterms. Biden speaking about inflation. Oh. Link?
And to address the climate crisis, bringing down family energy bills by hundreds of dollars by providing working families tax credits. It gives folks rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, to weatherize their homes, and tax credits for heat pumps and rooftop solar. It also gives consumers a tax credit to buy any electric vehicle or fuel cell vehicle, new or used, and a tax credit for up to $7,500 if those vehicles were made in America. This investment in environmental justice is real. It also provides tax credits that will create thousands of good-paying jobs, manufacturing jobs, on clean energy construction projects, solar projects, wind projects, clean hydrogen projects, carbon capture projects, and more by giving tax credits for those who build these projects here in America. Now, let me be clear. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away. It'll give us a tool to meet the climate goals that are set, that we've agreed to, by cutting emissions and accelerating clean energy, a huge step forward. Fourth, this bill requires the largest corporations to begin to pay toward their fair share in taxes by putting in place a 15% corporate minimum tax. Now, I know you've never heard me say this before. It will come as a shock to you, but 55 of the Fortune 500 companies paid no federal income tax in 2020. I know you only heard me say that about 10,000 times. But the fact is, they paid no taxes on an income, collective income, over $40 billion. Well, guess what? This bill ends that. They're going to have to pay a minimum of 15% tax on that $40 billion or whatever the number turns out to be. Fifth, this
this
package
speech
will
is
reduce
super
the federal
bearish.
deficit by over $300 billion. Already on my watch, deficits come down my first year by $350 billion and a record $1.7 trillion at the end of this fiscal year. Now, this bill is going to keep that progress going. Yes, I'll say it again. This legislation
corporations don't
will
like
bring
it, but not until
down
it passes,
the deficit,
right? The bill hasn't
bring
passed,
down
has
the
it?
deficit. The sixth point I want to make
they still have to
is
vote
this
on
bill
it?
will not raise tax on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And I promise, a promise I made during the campaign and one that I've kept. Now look, I know it can be sometimes seem like nothing gets done in Washington. I know it never crossed any of your minds, but the work of the government can be slow and frustrating and sometimes even infuriating. Then the hard work of hours and days and months from people who refuse to give up pays off. History is made. Lives are changed. With this legislation, we're facing up to some of our biggest problems, and we're taking a giant step forward as a nation. That didn't just happen on this Inflation Reduction Bill. It also happened yesterday when the Senate made the bipartisan decision as a nation to invest in America's manufacturing technology of semiconductors and additional funding for basic research and development in the cutting-edge industries of the 21st century. If the House passes this bill, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi. I think she's going to get it done for her leadership here. It has the added benefit of creating tens of thousands of additional good-paying jobs, lowering inflation. It's going to give us the ability not only to compete with China for the future, but to lead the world and win the economic competition of the 21st century. You've heard me say 1,000 times, we have to invest in research, development, and growth. I hope that the House is going to pass this bill today. My plea is, put politics aside, get it done. We need to lower the cost of automobiles, appliances, smartphones, consumer electronics, and so much more. And you can't do it. All of these things are powered. Almost everything in our lives is powered by these semiconductors and tiny computer chips the size of a fingernail tip. Look, we should pass this today and get moving. I know the compromise on the inflation bill doesn't include everything that I've been pushing for since I got to office. For example, I'm going to keep fighting in the future to bring down the cost of things for working families and middle-class families that matter by providing for affordable and accessible things like affordable child care, affordable elder care, preschool, the cost of preschool, housing, keeping students with helping students with the cost of college, closing the health care coverage gap. You know, it's a fancy way of saying the health care coverage gap. Expanding Medicaid in states that refuse to do it, and more. Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. And the fact is that my message to Congress is this. This is the strongest bill you can pass to lower inflation, cut the deficit, reduce health care costs, tackle the climate crisis, and promote energy security. All the time while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families. So pass it. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for America. I'll have more to say in this later. Now I want to thank Leader Schumer and Manchin, Joe Manchin, Senator Manchin, for the extraordinary effort that it took to reach this result. Thank you. And let me speak to one other issue. The GDP, and whether or not we are in a recession. Both Chairman Powell and many of the significant banking personnel and economists say we're not in a recession. But let me just give you what the facts are in terms of the state of the economy. Number one, we have a record job market of record unemployment of 3.6% today. We've created 9 million new jobs so far, just since I became president. Businesses are investing in America at
What is a
record
recession?
rates,
They don't
record
exist.
rates. Foreign business like SK and others are investing in America. Hundreds of millions and trillions of dollars, sum total. $100 billion in semiconductor investments already announced by Intel, Samsung, and Texas Instruments. More than $100 billion in electric vehicle battery investments by Ford, General Motors, Hyundai, Tesla, and more. And just last week, as I said, SK Corporation of the Republic of Korea announced $22 billion in new investment in semiconductor batteries, chargers, and medical devices, creating another 16,000 jobs here in America. And this is powering the strongest rebound in American manufacturing
fakers making jobs
in over 3 decades, creating 613,000 manufacturing jobs. Passing the CHIPS bill is going to put another $72 billion for incentives and tax credits to expand semiconductor production. And the Inflation Reduction Act will add another $370 billion in clean energy tax credits in reconciliation, including incentives to accelerate domestic production of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and critical materials processing. That doesn't sound like a recession to me. Thank you very much.
He said recession like 6 times. I don't care what my port does. Watching Biden define recession is worth it. Tax cuts for chip manufacturers and 15% tax for corp. If the 15% corporate tax passes, it's going to be rough. But good. Fuck them. They don't need all the money. Right? Is there a reason that Apple needs to be sitting on $500 billion in cash at any given time? Probably not. Not that the government's going to do anything better with it, but it was a speech about the recession, turd. Well, or lack thereof. Is it a recession or nah? I mean, that's for the market to decide, right? Why is the Fed so incompetent? Or it's not that they're incompetent. They are, but it's not just that, right? It's monetary policy doesn't really have an effect on inflation driven by a supply shock. So they can only do so much. I'm a bear. Thanks for letting me know, Bipolar Bear. I know you are. Seems reasonable to me. The real recession was the NFTs we made along the way. Are you worried about your spy pets? Not really. So Bobby is exempt from 15% tax since they make less than 400K. Soon they're going to be worth less than 400K. It's raining J-Freshes and gas here in Arizona. Another rip before the dip, huh? We'll see. It's a strong breakout. Over a year ago, you promised me I could bring my emotional support beluga whale to our post-MOASS party. I'm still holding you to that. Alright, I won't forget. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Can you explain why low volume is good for GME? It reduces the amount of fails that can be cleared through CNS. It's not necessarily good, it's just... It can compound obligations or create compounding of obligations. People will spend until they have negative dollars. These guys make it seem like labor market is strong, but an economy will basically run until it's out of gas. Yeah. I think we dropped to 400 overnight. Flat tomorrow. Monday tank after weekly SPY calls are gone. What calls? Like, they're just like, no one's buying anything higher up. Like, no one's betting on, like, big upside moves right now. Definitely not institutions. They're bearish as fuck. GME is now traded 500K volume. It's really, really fucking low today. What's supporting this climb up? I'm trying to tell people it's mostly repositioning. It doesn't need a lot of support. It hasn't had a lot of volume. This isn't like a big like volumetric move to the upside. Like look at the shit on like the 4 hour. Look at volume over the range of this entire move. From the big dump until it popped back up, right? It's just been trending down. This isn't like bullish. It's slowly running out of steam. And after everything's repositioned and the big investment banks are ready for the fucking market to move down again, it will. Because there's nothing they love more than shorting the top. But it's not like volume's broken out significantly and is trending up, right? Or we're moving back into like a strong bull market and we're seeing like large increases to the upside. It's just fucking it's petering out the last little bit of this run. Can it have some range on it? Yeah, because it's kind of a liquid right now, so it's moving and gapping up a lot. But ultimately, I don't think it matters that much. It's fine. I mean, it's perfectly acceptable to feel differently about it and form your own opinion. Baba looking decent for another move up. I mean, I don't know. It regained like 97.50, but you're kind of playing with fire there. It's not far enough off. So like the reason I bet against it, one of the reasons I bet against it this week is for a very similar reason that I'm betting against the SPY, right? We had declining volume on this kind of bullish push. And so it was a very good bet. to bet to the downside. And, you know, even when I did here back on Friday, you know, it was still a very good bet. And then again, in the middle of the week, also a very good bet. But you know, this range is a range it can easily stabilize in. So betting to the downside here is risky. And since BABA is not directly influenced entirely by like the S&P, but is also influenced by the foreign markets in which it trades, it doesn't always, you know, follow the same trend. Like, you know, S&P stocks will generally follow, you know, the rest of the S&P stocks to some degree. 4 hour. Oh, sorry. It's like the 30-minute. This was Friday, right? That was Friday. Sorry. Zoomed out too far. I meant to hit the 1 hour. SPY at 1 month high. Recession priced in. No. Why would Munger do this to us? How much do you think BBBY is worth right now? I mean, personally, I don't think they're going out of business, and I think they're worth more than they're trading for. But without shedding some of that debt, or at least rebalancing it, you know, probably about where it's trading. Maybe a little higher, like 6 or 8, but tougher in a bear market. My thinking is if the SPY can move up $10 in a day, it can also move $10 down. I mean, it already did that this week, right? You know, fucking, it moved from 398 to 392, and then it moved from 399 to 389. So it's, yeah, I mean, I'm just not that impressed with the current climb up. And even today, like you can really see the volume declining as we move higher and higher. So unless we get like a serious fucking push, it's running out of steam. Is Apple gonna wreck everything tomorrow? We'll find out. I think we break 405. We're going to 415 by next week. Really, 405 isn't even like the double top. 405 is a big resistance, but I think the double top's higher. It's at what, like 410 or something? 418. You average down your SPY puts? Yeah, I already have. 409, then crash. We'll see. Hope they're far dated. Why do I suspect they're not? Whose? What's the meaning of RC's tweet from last night? I have no idea. PG ripping? That's weird. I mean, it's up a little bit. I wouldn't call it ripping. But it's moving decently. Hmm. When do you start buying more Jan 2023 Bobby calls? What are you looking for? I mean, they have to, something fundamental has to change, or an announcement has to be made. There needs to be a catalyst, otherwise I'm not buying more of them. I mean, I'm not selling any of them, but I'm not buying more of them either. People need to be more careful with the word ripping. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Are you moving away from talking about possible OPEX? No. I will do my standard write-up of it when the time is nigh. And it's been like a fucking 8 months. Everyone knows when OPEXs occur. I don't know how much more explaining of it I need to do. I can't believe I still get asked when the fucking OPEX date is. What are your thoughts on Gmail running August 2nd from Linux DD? Jesus Christ. Do you see a possible run up next month? Yeah. I think Linux is a couple days too early on it, but whatever. Thoughts on moon pies? I remember one time I got one that wasn't stale and it was amazing. All the rest have sucked. Spring rolls or egg roll? Oh, egg roll. 100%. OPEX equals a monthly options expiration. No, you're good, man. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. And OPEX in a recession, then why did Ryan Cohen move the earnings meeting? Oh, Jesus Christ. Favorite guild pleasure food? Guild? Vanilla, chocolate, or banana? Banana. Do you ever buy frozen pizzas? If so, what's your go-to brand toppings? I do occasionally. I don't know, like Red Baron, probably. I don't care what's on it. Cheese or whatever. DiGiorno's is disgusting. I don't like DiGiorno's or fucking Freshetta. Those are foul. I don't really buy very much frozen pizza. There's one that's called like Screaming Sicilian or something like that. That was pretty good. I think that's like Detroit pizza though. Stouffer's French bread. It's not delivery, it's disgusting. Yeah, I mean I live in New York City, so like frozen pizza, Domino's, Pizza Hut are just like things I don't really eat very often. You guys can afford frozen pizzas. Yeah, the problem with Stouffer's French bread pizza is it's like eating glass. But Kirk's pizza based recipe: 500 grams flour, 350 milliliters of pickle juice, 1 teaspoon yeast, 1 teaspoon sugar, dash of salt. I would never use sugar in pizza dough. Also, where's the olive oil? I mean, the hydration is insane. Like, why is it so wet? Are you using pickle juice and salt? What's your favorite pizza in New York City? La Industry and Scars, with Prince Street in third if I'm in the mood for their pizza. Theirs is a bit different. I've been here for over a year and learned everything I need to turn around my life. The last piece of the puzzle remains, however. Can you tell me when OPEX is? No, I don't want you to leave. Who else is gonna call me a shill and really mean it? Scars is awesome, but wow, money? It's not that expensive. Shell. Best pizza Mr. O1 in Miami. I think the double decadence based cheeseburger pizza from Domino. Ugh. It's about 4 or 5 puts on the spice going up. Apparently my delta exposure is not enough for the MMs to hedge. Prince Street Square pepperoni might be the most aesthetically pleasing pizza I've ever seen. If you're in the mood for something spicy, it's really good. It's not my favorite because I don't like to eat it all the time because it's just kind of greasy and disgusting. But there are times when it's amazing. Giordano's in Vegas, I have. It's not good. What's your opinion on Detroit style pizza? I mean, it's kind of like Sicilian pizza in New York. It's good. I don't hate it. I mean, it's very much like a focaccia with like toppings on it, right? Kind of fried in the pan. If I'm correct in my presumptions about Detroit pizza, but it's fine. I mean, it's better than that shit they eat in Chicago, like the bread bowl. The Chicago pub pizzas, like the flat pizzas, those aren't actually that bad. But the fucking deep dish pizzas are gross. In regards to traders who just trade 1 to 2 pattern setups, is it fair to say that it's important to have higher volume in order for pattern setups to be more likely to play out? Yes. How much roughly can you make on GMECCs per contract per week? Um, right now I mean, it's roughly like uh 80 to $100 per contract per week. I mean, this is a little off because the theta is extended, but it's it's close. A little safer, you could make like $50. Bronx Pizza and SD. I used to eat there when I lived in California. It's not bad. It's close. It's good for California. I might roll out to September. I might roll out to September this week. We'll see. I really want to see how earnings go tonight before I make any decisions on if I'm going to move them out or not. I've had a Chicago hot dog before, like the with the pickle and shit on it. It was not my favorite. Since becoming a zillionaire, my life has completely turned around. Only one puzzle piece remains, and that is MOASS. Win MOASS so I can retire and live off of pineapple pizza. Uh the real question is who serves the best rice and beans? We do. I need to get started on that. Pickle Financial. Like umbrella corporation. So Pickle Financial becomes the holdings company. Kind of like whoever owns Pepsi. No, Italy sucks. It doesn't. Some of their food's okay, but it's very overpriced. Like massively overpriced. Pickle entrepreneurs. It's got a nice ring to it. We're gonna feed everybody rice and beans through the depression, and we're gonna save the dogs. Showed the men speaking the last 2 days, ignoring Yellen. Yeah. Is Yellen speaking? She's like the head of the treasury. Who cares? My tomatoes are coming up well this year. I might pickle a bunch of them. I've never had pickled tomatoes, so it's an adventure. Is that a thing? Won't they just rot because they're so watery? I assume that you have to like cut them up or something first, right? All right, so I'm kind of dumb. Okay. Don't play options, but looking to capitalize on SPY downs. I have some UVXY, but see all the other ticker options, VXX, etc. What's the best to capture downside? Well, remember that when you're playing the VIX, you're capturing fast moves to the downside. So you really need the bottom to fall out, and you need it to drop quickly. Otherwise, you probably want to be directly on the index itself, so like SPY or SPX puts. And those would be able to capture more value over an extended drop that came down over time. Yeah, you can play SPXS too, but that's similar. You still need a hard drop for that to print really hard. How do you pronounce etc.? Well, that's how I pronounce it, etc. It's not Xterra or etc. It's etc. Jesus fucking Christ. It's at. It's Latin. It means and the rest. Are you buying more puts at 409? Sure. Where's the positive delta hedge coming from on the SPY? I mean, there really isn't one. It's mostly just buying of it. When you roll your SPY puts, are you gonna roll to a different strike price also? That'll depend on what it's trading at when I roll them. But yeah, I'll probably roll up or roll some of them up into a better range. I already have 403 and 400, so I mean, I don't know how much I need to actually roll up. Bet $1 for every time you've tried to teach the chat Latin. You have at least $3. SPY did a rounded bottom breakout of the 50 SMA on the daily interval, by the way. I'm aware. What would have happened if we didn't see negative GDP? SPY to 460? No. I've already lost 75% on my port on these 4 DTE 398p. I just hold until Monday and hope for puts to come back in. It's up to you. It's a very short time frame. What does GameStop mean in Latin? What price level on the SPY would you begin to roll your August 19th SPY position? I'm not doing anything until after earnings tonight. I had 9 years of Latin in school, so I'm pretty sure et means and. Cetera means the rest. And the rest. Imperial PC. Fucking GameStop's just not doing shit. Puts the same costs of the shares. Gordon Ramsay. I mean, yes, I can confirm my SPY puts have almost cost me as much as SPY shares. I mean, if earnings are good tonight, you're going to sell your calls in the after hours? No. I mean, I'm not repositioning my puts until after the earnings tonight. Could you do a really dramatic zoom in on the SPY and pretend that it's falling to 350 when it falls 10 cents? Is the SPY a lie? A little bit. It's at Presso. Theta Gang ruling over GameStop. Yeah. Doing big flat. SPY 410, end of day, just because. Maybe. That's on September 22, 400p on the SPY. Odd date. Why September 22nd and not 16th? Just out of curiosity. I feel like Tesla wants to dip, but SPY won't let it. It's kind of just chopping a bit. Ooh. Mm-hmm. 100 BPS up, 100 BPS down. Oh, this fucking market's nuts. Look at that recovery. Sherwin-Williams leaps for the win. Ha-ha! I don't even know why they bothered dropping it after earnings. I'm confident in my SPY puts, but irritated that they're not printing today. See, that I get. Yeah, that's the... When do SPY put holders get to celebrate? I don't know. Soon, I hope. Hey, I haven't been up to date with anything for a while now due to work. Do you think GME is done with its high volatility, or do you expect more runs soon? We'll find out. I mean, the split changes a lot, so we'll see what happens. I think right now it looks good. Like, the setup is starting to look good. One sell naked SPY calls. Ooh. Never? What are you looking for to indicate the end of SPY ups? We'll see how the rest of the earnings go this week. Why did Joe Biden move the recession? So right now. I'll be right back, guys. Not done yet. The flow for SPY looks somewhat bullish till 729, then falls off a cliff. It doesn't even look that bullish into 729. Yeah, but a lot of the call positions close on Friday. After that, yeah, there's it's basically just all puts. That can change really rapidly though. I wouldn't rely too much on that. The big options positions on the SPX are far more important for like trying to price the market. How high do you think the SPY has to run? I'm kind of shocked it broke 405. They could hit 410 at this rate. SPX chain's pretty bearish. What happened, you know, a lot of what happened is that when we hit 390 really rapidly at the beginning of the week, it caused a big sell-off of like the 400 and 395 or 3950 and 4000 put positions, and they haven't really fully repositioned yet. And so that sell-off has a reverse effect in the underlyings, right? So in a bear market, relief rallies are really common, and they tend to be really violent. They burn out pretty quick. I think we're on track to have one of the lowest volume days in GME ever. I think historically it might be the lowest volume day. I exited my puts this morning low and repositioned higher. Nice. Didn't you buy SPY puts yesterday? I've been buying SPY puts all week. My computer's revving up, but I don't know if it's for a good reason this time. Still the best signal we've ever had. And if you go back to like '08, right? There were entire like weeks where we were green. Like the SPY moved from 66 to like 80, which is a huge move, right? There was this whole period. But ultimately, I mean, it still crashed. Even during this, it's harder to see it on the weekly. But if you look at 2020, there was a massive rally after it hit what everyone thought was the low. Everyone did the same thing then. They were like, "Oh my god, the bull market's back. We're not going to crash." They fucking FOMO'd in super hard. And then 4 days later, straight down. Nice bacon, sister. I can afford to roll out and average up if I need to, inevitability. I know how far it can rally. I wouldn't get excited about ouchie downs until it cracks 400. But I will buy some 405s while they're out of the money. I think I just have my own green candle on cat. Is this you? Bobby might do a squart. Wait, what's a squart? Can you be more specific, Dork? Are there any upside gaps the SPY needs to fill? No, the SPX one at 440.17 filled yesterday. Something about volume coming in. I guess downs because the market hates Bobby. It's true. Did supplying your dividends drain the liquidity on our stock? I don't know. Wheat's been doing really good. It's been like climbing back. Fucking Tootsie Rolls on the move? Okay, this market's fucked. Tesla 1DT 820p's worst ride ever or free money? I mean, it's kind of a big gamble, right? Keep my candy's name out your fucking mouth. I mean, if institutions are buying into Tootsie Roll, Dork, the market's gonna crash, right? Like, that's the only explanation. TR really is the play. Look at that 20-year, barely any downside. It's amazing how successful you can be with a cheap product that some people will buy. Can you poke Japan and tell them to crash the US markets? Oh, the Fed rate increase will do that for me. Head and Shoulders on both SPY and IWM. Time to deactivate my Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge subs. Are my SPY puts going to make me rich or poor? How far down is too far down when it comes to holding options? I think that depends on your time horizon and conviction. For trading, like just day trading, minimal 10-20% at most. For a swing player, something like that, longer and lower. I went down 100% on my CERN position. You really didn't stop buying into that until well after they announced that it was going through. Have you been keeping up with the Jake Freeman situation with Bobby? Yeah, we had a meeting with him last night. Any thoughts on his position? Not really. I'm just waiting to see what happens in August. Nope, we did. Yeah, we met with Freeman Capital Management last night, me and the rest of the Quant team. I don't know how old he is. I guess. Not really. I would like to know more about that meeting and what they said. I think he's doing an interview with Rod today, where I'm sure you can hear much of the same thing, not protected by uh, any disclaimers. Jay Fresh did wear his bear costume to the meeting. Rod Alsman, the GME DD guy. Yeah, Sega's printing. I guess they're just holding it for another day. SPY reverse split. Is Gary Gensler just tweeting at Super Stonk now? Bob Smith is on the Quant team. He's in the Quant Discord. He doesn't really participate with a lot of stuff. Did your chat with FMC impact your opinion on your BBY position at all? What are you waiting until August for? To see what Cohen has to say? Or to see what the board moves forward with? I mean, I'm not bullish on BBBY because of the meeting. I can definitively state that much. Yes, I'm buying SPY puts at close. This is absurd. Fidelity's trading dashboard is mind-boggling, not user-friendly. I have no idea how to set up a covered call. You just go to options and then you sell to open a call on the stock you own at the strike that you choose. It's pretty easy. If BBBY takes the FCM deal, what price do you think the share price would reach? I mean, roughly $8 to $10. That's where it's capped, right? Because my legal name is Girk. You can purchase the warrants, usually through OTC. You're not wrong, OG rules. So the 8 to 10 is negotiable. Sure. Eight to 10, way below my cost basis. Same. Change the name of the company to Bed Bidet and Bussin. No. Nice, VC. Banana boofing buddies. Did the meeting give you any thoughts on what RC would do? No, it wasn't about RC. It was purely a discussion on the 13G that they presented to BBBY. How are your Tootsie Roll calls? What Tootsie Roll calls? Oh, the ones I bought that one day? I just sold those at the other end of their spread. I didn't want to trigger a gamma squeeze. Who organized the meeting? One of the other quants. I guess reached out to him on Reddit and set it up. It kind of took me unexpectedly. Like he messaged me about it while I was streaming, and I was like, sure. My hat wasn't a topic of conversation. If Amazon and Apple miss hard, what are your projections for the SPY this Friday? I don't know about this Friday. I mean, it could fall back to like 400, 395 by Friday if they miss hard. RC bought in like 5 months ago because he saw value in BBY. Has anything fundamentally changed with the company since then that would have made it make it have less fundamental value? No, not really. I mean, he may have been unaware of things when he bought in that he is now aware of. One second, I think my food might be Fuck. If Amazon and Apple only slightly miss, the SPY continues to rally. Sure. Cohen's BBBY investment makes me question his GME investment. August 19, 400p looking juicy as fuck. It is. No, I did not. You write off your lunches due to the meetings you're in with us? Of course. No. Or maybe, I don't even know what I read off. That's my CPA's job, right? Real question, not conspiracy theories. As an investor, what do you think Jamie Erica is? The worst name for a company ever. I'm not bailing on Bobby. Fucking unbelievable multiples. I think Meta is a worse name. I mean, they did that on purpose, right? Yeah, at least you can say Meta without sounding like you're gargling cocks behind the Wendy's dumpster. Thoughts on the yen today? Keeps going down. Thoughts on the Venezuelan Boulevard? Are you seriously asking me? So Microsoft really holding up the whole market at this point. VXX 90C safe? Absolutely not. How many do you already own? I said depends on your thoughts. It's worthless. Thoughts on PBR pays 33% dividend with a payout of 68%. Largest oil and gas company in South America. It's not terrible. Spy stalling out, heading back to VWAP. Possibly. Zom 130. I'm just gonna get all my BBBY options under $8 now. Boring response. Jan, entertain me, Pickleman. EPAM breaking the 350 resistance or what? I don't know, but I keep having to move my stops up, and that's always a good thing, right? Nothing being like, oh, I guess I'll capture some more profits. You know, my problem this time was like, I had to choose between EPAM and CAT. And I did like an 80-20 split. And I really wish I'd just done the 80% on EPAM. They've both moved up a lot, but still. What are the chances of a new pandemic starting the market crash? You mean monkeypox? So stop losses are for those who are actively managing. Trailing stops are for those who can't. Yeah. Anything to keep you on your toes and in a constant constant state of regret. I mean, Cat moved up $20. It was still good. And its options chain's a lot better. But there's been like a decent amount of liquidity in the 300 options on EPAM. So I probably could have gotten okay fills. And it's moved up $40. I can't believe Biden really said that doesn't sound like a recession to me. It's just political grandstanding, right? Like the Republicans probably want to call it a recession. The Democrats want to pretend like it isn't one. And the truth is somewhere in the middle. Purple crayons? That doesn't sound like an obsession to me. Why does he just say we're in one and hand the Republicans a midterm win? I don't know. The fact that people blame the sitting president for the economy is kind of fucking ridiculous anyway. It's only a recession it comes from the Recession region of France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling inflation. All right. That was fucking good, man. That was the perfect joke. Well, for this channel. Well done. What's more ridiculous is him taking credit for gas prices going down. I mean, he killed speculation by unlocking the reserves, right? Like, just murdered it. Gas prices went down because people were like, I don't want to buy that shit anymore. Too much liquidity. It doesn't matter what he did with them, right? He created risk. That's all he had to do. Now do the Warren Buffett move and claim the quote as your own. I feel like Warren Buffett didn't coin buy highs or buy low, sell high. Why do I have Toto stuck in my head? The band or the tiny dog? Ah, the band. I don't know. Have you been listening to a lot of Toto? And I haven't been to Africa. Hmm. What's up, Segan? I just asked where you were like yesterday. What have you been up to, dude? Staying away from the market insanity? Smart. I have no idea what's going to happen at Apple's or Amazon's earnings. I don't expect them to be good, but that doesn't mean shit. Give me 0 DTs or give me death. Pickle Henry. After all this is over and money is no object, where would you travel to or want to see? I don't know. I might go out to like Brooklyn and get like a pizza or something. Maybe I'll take the train, you know, adventurous. Just picking up some stragglers, DC. Too many people with cash on the sidelines. Private train? Of course. Jesus. La industry, gaff? Does my pickle insurance cover spy put losses? If not, why am I paying for the insurance? I thought you paper handed the insurance. Hmm. Is it activist investing? If I buy SPY 390 weekly puts and say no sell, no sell. Yes. You're combating the overly frothy market with your statement and losses. I was in the hospital with some heart issues, catheterization, and angioplasty. Jesus fuck, man. I'm blaming it on the Freg Splividend day. Fair enough. Jesus fuck, dude, that's rough. I hope you're doing better. Do you have a parking spot for your car in Manhattan? Yes. I'll allow it. Also a good spot. It is. It's really good. I like them a lot. Can you come out to California and we can grab some French laundry, but Gaff can't come? That's not fair. We'll take Gaff to Napa and we'll leave him at the Cava at the strip mall, and then we'll go to French Laundry. January 21, I put myself on the wait list for a fancy National Geographic private plane tour. I got a sign up email, but I didn't make enough from selling CCs to have $160,000 vacation. Jesus Christ. To fly on an airplane in inhospitable environments? Sounds very dangerous. You don't do that kind of shit when you have money. Haven't we gone over this? You're Utah rich and New York lower middle class. I'm am I Utah rich, but like not Salt Lake City rich, right? My favorite EMA is 3, 8, 17, 30. 17 EMA is just the confluence that the 8 EMA is trending. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Nat Geo photos and guides. Are you calling New York hospitable? I mean, my apartment's nice. It's cozy. I'm safe here. I booked a vacation. You're not ranch rich yet? I could buy a ranch. How much do ranches cost? I have a hard time believing anything in Utah costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Hold on one second. There was a bee. It was just a bee, like a honey bee. I let him out. To, like shoot him out of the window. Well, not that gently. I tried to kill him, in all honesty, but he ended up getting out of the window instead. Bee-wop? Has the channel graduated to an all-encompassing trading channel while Jamie simmers? That would be enticing. Exciting. Yeah. Everyone went short the SPY on Monday, mostly with weeklies, and then have spent the rest of the week complaining about it going up. It's been super fun. Oh, they were also up 40% on Tuesday. Tell me you have air conditioning and aren't relying on an open window with this disgusting New York humidity. I do, but it got cold in here, so I opened it up for a little bit. 15,000 square feet out here is like 30, 60 million. Yeah. No way. I made money on my SPY puts on Tuesday, but re-entered yesterday. Marcus waiting for the CHIPS Act. Always be sus while others are bussin'. Yeah. Marcus waiting for the CHIPS Act. 15% minimum tax should be fun for equities. Yeah, it's not gonna be. Oh, you're being sarcastic. I get it. It doesn't translate well in text. For information, I took profits on Tuesday, then re-entered. Now I'm crying. Bobby did the squart. Was it big? Did it do big squart? Yeah, look at it. I wish Jamie would do that. It kind of did. It's almost time for Cenas. Kest? Is that the place downtown? Oh, okay. I don't know if I've eaten there. Usually when I'm in that area, I just go to like Prince Street. Are they more like they're more like Neapolitan, right? Which company do you not like more, Apple or Amazon? I actually dislike Apple more than Amazon. Can you show Spy Delta on Market Chameleon? You're not gonna like it. I'll add it to the daily after the stream. Okay, Woodfire grabbed it once heading back uptown from a meeting off Broad. Solid offering for a decent price. Huh. I'll check it out next time I'm over there. Favorite pizza place in Manhattan? Scars, probably. I used to have a lot more favorite pizza places in Manhattan, but they all either became shitty tourist traps or closed down. Thoughts on re-entering Tesla puts? I still have 830s that I opened earlier today. I think too many people bought UVXY and VIXY underlying, and now the MM is trying to shake them off. So only 625K volume today, pre-split. It's pretty low. I had a bunch of Tesla calls earlier in the week when I bought the straddles, but I sold them on that first test of like 850, 848. Yeah, Joe's is one of those places that I used to like when I was like a kid, but it's definitely gotten a lot worse. Is that a temporary thing while the options chain resets, or do you think an at the money offering is next? I mean, options interest is slowly picking back up. But yeah, as the amount being hedged builds per change in dollar of the underlying, then I think we'll pick up more and more volatility. This is also, normally a like IV crush part of the cycle. So the things we're seeing aren't unusual during this time period. Tesla shareholder meeting in 1 week, so presume the split ratio will be announced 4-1. Was suggested when it was trading in the 600s. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'll be able to sell more covered calls. All the days since the split are the same. Up and down, open, flat into close. Yeah, been pretty boring. Tesla shareholder meeting must be the most smug place on earth. Half the volume on the SPY compared to its average today. Up move, but not strong. It's not. I think we get a little run today. I think we might have gotten a little run this morning, and now it's over. Do you think Burry's still short Apple? He could be, but after he announced that, there was a pretty big fall off in Apple's price. He might have gotten out then. Yen keeps shitting the bed. I know. I don't know if you know this, NW, but I am short the yen. Well, I'm straddled the yen and then short the Nikkei. I guess it's technically the entire position. I'm more long on the yen than short, but still also short. I have the yen straddled because I expect the yen to drop to like 132, 131 before they have to really take any severe action. So I figured I'd play the downside also. Yeah, put calls on the yen. I'm I'm short Nikkei, just straight up short that. Not looking at any upsides on GME tomorrow. Looking to sell 0 DTE CCs. Probably nothing major. What price point are you looking at? Let me understand. The first day I buy puts on SPY in months, and it does this shit. You know what, Zakir? You son of a bitch. You fucked us all. Do you have any exposure to Cat's upside right now? No? ETF FTDs next week don't have a history of driving a lot of price action. I seem to remember it just being elevated volume. No, ETF FTDs do, but they don't come until the latter half of the week. So they start on the 4th and go through the 10th. FTDs don't do anything besides drive some volume. But ETF FTDs are net short and they do have some effect on price, but it's like not a lot. It's like 8 to 10% move to the upside, maybe. Yeah, it might be a little more now with the split percentage wise. Look at early Feb, like Feb, like the period between Feb 8th and 16th. Also, like early June. So it does. Also, and FTDs on ETFs are actually really, really high. From June OPEX. ETF FTDs start on the 1st, but there's really not much June that can carry forward to now C35. You have a different count than me? Just I'm showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more trading days till the June 17th ETF FTD expiries. Or the June 17th ETF FTDs. Tesla taking a dump. Ooh. My put calls. Oh, that's not... Dude. Do you have a strategy as to what time of day you sell a covered call? No. I really don't give a shit. CNS. Put calls cost same like shares? They can. Depends on how much you spend on them. Do you think the reason for low GME volume today is we're going to run tomorrow on Yelya's prediction? I think Yelya's prediction, not so much prediction, just she noted that there was a gamma imbalance, was for yesterday and today. Chip passed. Cool. AMD calls go burr. Nope. Priced in. The doctor says I have a gamma imbalance. Yeah, it's because it's so expansive. You just need to get outside and get a little color. You know? No one gets that. It's a derivatives joke. That whole thing was a really bad second order Greeks joke. Anyway, Monday was chatting to some doctor colleagues about that monkeypox stock. I was hesitant, but seeing the reaction sold me on picking up some on Monday. 70-year-old docs going degen. Yeah. No, AMD does, well, they plan on manufacturing their own chips. What the fuck is that a derivatives joke? Go blow yourself, Carl. All right. Well, the initial joke was about gamma, but yes, I'm aware of Vicky. Have you read Lenix's? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I read his DD. It's, it makes no sense. And ETF FTDs don't start until the second. Bum, bum, bum. Yep, definitely priced in. These crazy motherfuckers are gonna hold the SPY overnight. I don't know. We got 20 minutes before they make that decision. Am I the only one in the world going super long on California Pacific Railway? I don't think so. Huh. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. Oh god, you're still on the Toto thing? It's to my watch list. I'll buy the fuck out of this shit. Why the fuck did it drop? Earnings miss? No stock split. No, still. Yeah, that thing's just fucking wrong. Turd. Like the, what is that? Stock Sarah or whatever? It's like T35 date count is just not correct. It's not even correct for FTDs. And it doesn't factor in cash settlement. It also counts it as trade plus 35. So like 30, it's like 35 plus 1. Did you shed any of your spy puts? No? Why? Is Apple and Amazon or app? We stick around for the two big earnings? I mean, maybe. I don't know. When are Bobby earnings? Those aren't for a while, right? Congrats on ENDP. It's running again. Not fucking much, it's not. I didn't buy stock. Gross. That's because you buy shares. First time, so I need help. What happens to my $10 3350 CC expiring tomorrow if the price is above 3350? Do I auto get assigned, or it depends on them exercising, or what? It depends if they exercise or not. I mean, if you're a couple cents off, they might not. You could get lucky. Um, Generally speaking, if you're in the money at all, they will be exercised. You didn't think there was much option support above 405 for the SPY? Where do you think the top of this rally is? Might be kind of around here. To be fair, there wasn't really enough option support for a run this high anyway. Most of the option support for this range is at like 403. Or like 4030. If you get assigned, you sell your shares, then you come back next week with your pile of cash and try to get back in on a dip. Yeah. Or you just sell cash secure puts until you get assigned on those. Can you lose money on CCs if they're in the money and not exercised? No. Let's say your calls expire in the money and your account balance is 0. How do they exercise then? It's you're not the one exercising them. It's the person you sold them to. They exercise them. Motivates you to research more profitable plays. There's nothing there to pack. The house is empty. If you have calls and you let them expire, they just expire. Yes. Opening any CCs for next week yet? Apologize if it's a redundant question. No, not yet. The hardest part about wheeling is updating cost basis in Excel and then sitting on your hands. Seems to be no spread. 2.5 billion in 2 days. Just go look at it. I'll look at it on here. Oh, weird. Hmm. Skew's getting more bearish. Hmm. I think they're sold, but I don't think the OI is open. The change in OI is kind of tiny. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're keeping them open. Might just be more like arbitrage. People scared of losing their 100 shares and missing MOASS. Ugh. Fucking buy a call. That's on Sundial's 10 to 1 reverse Uno. I don't care what bullshit crap they pull with their garbage stock. Although maybe that exact sentiment could trigger a short squeeze. Thoughts on cat tomorrow? I doubled my options position when we tested 825, 182.50. About 500 more shares to average down. I'm gonna pull my capital out of cat soon. It looks good. We'll see what the market does. Normally it would have pulled back to like 182.50, but the market's been rallying. So it's kind of dragging up a lot. But I don't really know how much strength there is to this run. I'd be careful because it can get rejected in this range pretty hard. Make sure you at least have like some stops or something. Jesus Christ. Your thoughts on the tough questions Bob Smith had for the new BBBY investor on the BBBY subreddit? I didn't really see them. They seem to be like, are you a shill kind of stuff, which I'm not really interested in asking anybody. We got hammered earlier and are clawing way back. Yeah, if you're interested in DDS, a move to 220 might be possible. If it dips back below. So I'd watch that if you're looking for like an entry. I don't think it'll fall back to like 215, but you might see like 220, 221. Is there a way to figure out if it's upside or downside? No, not really. Not truly. Congress is going to ban private tiger and lion ownership. I guess I might as well cash out of the market since my dreams are dead. You could just move out of the US. Same thing on SQ and DAQ as well. Several billion again. You want to DM me it? Because I can't even research it that well while I'm doing this. And it'd be better if I look in after hours once the OI is reported. Canadian brokers don't let you sell cash secure puts. Seriously? That's on the massive put call ratio increase that is continuing to happen. Puts and calls are lower than they've been in like the entire history of GameStop at this point. Did you forget that all the puts and calls multiplied by 4? Although reading Super Stonk talk about put call ratios could be the highlight of my month. We do get price improvement next week. How much do you see us going up by? Not a lot. Small run. I don't know post split. We haven't had any like volumetric runs, but I would say maybe like $4 or $5. It used to be 20% moves, but we're probably not going to be as volatile to the upside. But yeah, even if it is a 20% move at these prices, it's drastically different, right? It'd be like $6 up. No, you can't get out of covering because there's low volume. There has to be like no volume for you to get out of covering. I've been speaking about beta for 18 months. Would you say a few words about alpha? Seems relevant for traders, stock pickers. What do you want me to comment on? Like, is there anything specifically? Or just define it? SPY RSI hit overbought 7 times today. Huh. With no volume. It's weird. No, I don't look at stock Twitters. Have you discussed the low volume today? Any ideas? What do you mean ideas? The economy's fucked. No one wants to invest in anything. I mean, Jamie's low volume? It's illiquid. And no one's trading it. How much theta do you think is sufficient for 4 or 5 SPY puts? Um, you want to be able to wait out some upside, so you probably want at least a week or two. It's this rumor that we're gonna move up next week. I mean, there's ETF FTDs next week. I don't think we're gonna move up a lot though. It's really hard to predict now because of the split, and we haven't had like an upside move since the split, so I have no idea actually how much we're gonna move up. But I doubt it would be, like the same. Like we're not gonna move up like $20. Hold on one second. So, as I understand, alpha is a performance on top of beta for a stock or stock picker. Sort of. It's, you know, it refers to like excess returns, right? Uh, Above the benchmark return. So, it's mostly used by like active portfolio managers, and they seek to generate alpha by diversification, uh, with the intention of like eliminating risk. I mean, I don't do a lot of like portfolio building, and I think the efficient market hypothesis is bullshit. So I don't really dig too deep into alpha, but it's not a terrible metric if you're like building a portfolio. I'm not a financial professional nor economist, but I can't help but look at this market action and feel like the ignorant public's investment and retirement accounts just got loaded up with bags. Fair. A SPY gets volume to the downside, it can be pretty violent, no? Yeah. 20 divided by 4, 5? Quick. It moves harder on lower volume now, so a lot of buying could send it up more than you expect. No, I think it moves like relatively the same at a lower price point. It's possible that we haven't seen any like significant upside moves on GME, right? But yeah, sure. I mean, it's possible. It should be, mostly as volatile as it used to be. Its spread is about, 1/4 of what it was. So not a lot has changed. Yeah, I said earlier we're on track to have the lowest volume day I think we've had since this started. We saw 4K contract volume on SPY 398p for Friday. That's not even, how expensive is that even? That could just be like a hedge or something. They're only like $30 each. Yeah, I know the chip bill passed. Uh, I mean, it's not something a trader needs to pay attention to because they aren't actively modeling their returns on the returns of an index. And it's more like a data point that you can look at, but it's not really, it's not necessarily relevant. Weighted alpha can be a little more helpful, like if something's overperforming throughout a quarter or underperforming, that can give you an idea of how the stock will react to changes in the index, based on its weight, but that's more complicated and generally would require advanced modeling to really trade off of. Before the split, did you expect us to trade this low volume? I expected a bit more selling than we saw. Like, I knew people were going to diamond hand, but I expected a bit more selling than what we've seen. So that's bullish. It's good to know that liquidity is remaining tight and people are holding their fucking shares. As far as daily trade volume, I expected it to remain low or in line with the FTDs do. And right now, we don't have a lot of FTDs due. Yeah, no problem, Schnitzel. Didn't fucking Putin shut off the supply of natural gas to Europe like 2 days ago? Or severely lower it? Nothing bullish has happened this week at all. The only bullish thing that's happened is the fucking chips bill, and the time horizon on that's like 5 to 10 years. Supposedly? I mean, I'm sure we could just ask somebody from Europe. There's people in here from there. You want to try to make it a conspiracy. Naked Spy 405 safe. Puts or calls. You want to get margin called instantaneously when it moves up $2 in after hours? How long can RC go with trust me, bro, as his message to shareholders? Maybe forever. But we got through SLD. We took a massive hit the day after SLD and the day before. Gas has spiked to 220 euro, the highest it's ever it's been, even higher than earlier this year. Jesus. Don't forget Schrodinger's recession. The markets can remain irrational longer than you can stay solvent. We'll see. But yes, it's true. Yeah. SLD's August 15th, right? No. Is it 15th or I said it earlier, but now I forgot again. 15th's the week. 17th. August 17th. Bobby halted? No, it's not. Dick. All I see is a head and shoulders on all of big tech. Yeah. I got margin called instantly. What now? I don't know. Delete the app and run away. I have a Honda SL90. What do I do with it? Go to your local O'Reilly's and buy parts. Another week to go, but my first cover call looks to be profitable, and you're right. It's easy, and I'm an idiot for not extending my knowledge sooner. Appreciate your info and the time you take. No problem, dude. Oh, unmargin called. Spicy. Jan, 2004 Toyota Camry, same as Ultimate Store of Value. 1998 Toyota Camry. On track for lowest volume. Ban isn't enough. I have a bald tire, 2 Funyuns, and he trades for my VXX calls. Am I the best naked spy call seller in history? You sold them at 405? No. Ugh. Have you been trading on a paper account? This isn't a fucking paper account. What the fuck are you talking about? This is paper trading. It looks like this. And it's got the little paper thing on all the fucking icons. Yeah, we only lose real money here. Tired of your arrogance and your paper account. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I wish I was paper trading today. Is money even real? No. You can't trade options on WeBull desktop? What? Yes, you can. Warren Buffett doesn't trade. He only buys companies so he can hold them forever. I'll buy options on paper right now. Where's Avery Dennison? Jesus shit, the stock's running. Guys, why aren't we long paper? What the actual fuck? Jesus Christ. This shit's up like $30 in the last 2 weeks. Should have gone long paper. New climate bill, squeeze on paper. Apple Amazon dumps equals SPY open at 400. We'll see. If they dump hard enough, it could open even lower. Hey, we're green. Full bull. I don't know about that. Ah, it got stuffed. Nice try. Oh wait, it's back. We did it. Steve Jobs reporting earnings via hologram. All right. So GME wildly flat today. Not a lot to say about it. I think are we correct in assuming that this is our lowest volume day like ever? 3.15. 787,000 pre-split volume. That's gotta be. Wasn't the lowest one before like 893,000? Yeah, lowest volume day ever. So yeah, super boring. SPY, on news of the recession, has decided to catapult itself up 125 basis points overnight, or 375 basis points in the last 2 days, which is perfectly fucking reasonable. Amazon ripping up. We'll see how that plays out. Oh my god, I'm gonna get assigned on my covered calls. Yes. This is it. Perfectly rational markets. Did they miss? But Amazon has losses. Like I said, perfectly rational. Is Apple's report even out yet, or is it just going up for also no reason? Intel down, good for AMD. Vupsong and the credits to celebrate Amazon cover calls. Amazon all-time high was 190. Someone here has that cost basis. The invisible hand of the markets, performing the vital function of finding supply and demand again. It's very interesting. Revenue 121 billion versus 119.7 billion expected. EPS negative 20 cents versus expected 15 cents. What the fuck? That's terrible. I love it. I hope I get fucking assigned on my covered calls. Ah, fuck this piece of shit. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. How you feel about SPY puts? I mean, I've got to buy more at higher prices now, right? GG. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.